Kalistos Ware, delivered a public lecture on the topic Orthodox theology in the 21st century, in the framework of the Volos Academy annual academic program under the general theme Orthodoxy and Multiculturalism. In front of a packed audience, which came from all over Greece to hear him, Metropolitan Kalistos set the tone for the dominant theological motif of our century. While the focus of the 20th century theological debates was placed on ecclesiology, on the nature of the church, now, in view of the radical developments taking place in the wide range of fields like genetic engineering, biotechnology, climate crisis, or the challenges posed by artificial intelligence, the focus turns to anthropology. So after defining the basic questions underlying the anthropological debates today, as well as our methodological point of view, an attempt will be made to briefly refer to representative figures and patterns developed in East and West, so as to finally explore the possibility of going beyond sterile dichotomies to a new understanding of human being, described here as the hypostatic cosmic subject. So the first part of my presentation is the status questionis. It has been noted that the revival of the interest on human identity has led anthropological reflection to an overly dichotomized view between Eastern communion-centric versus Western individualistic definitions. While most scholars today agree on the need for a more inclusive understanding of human beyond the bipolar ego communion-centric models, with few exceptions, this goal has not been successfully achieved yet. Profoundly, this difficulty lies not only in the cultural and historical fixations, which block any consensus, but it is based also on different premises, whether real or imaginary, which account for diverse anthropological models, or other different responses to the fundamental question, who am I? By these questions, a human being seeks to really know who is he or she, which is a primordial cry that definitely requires a degree of self-reflection, a self-consciousness, as well as self-position within a surrounding setting. At the same time, the verb to be, is, refers to the deep quest of security and sustainability, which gives to the I, he, she permanence against the yoke of death, the fear of extinction. As for the I, you, he, or she, this is exactly the goal of human life, that is, to acquire otherness or individuation, to overcome sameness by avoiding the ocean of anonymity, a fight to secure particularity against any classification, which strips human from its innate value. The importance of the question, who am I, becomes further evident when one dives deeper into the anthropological waters, trying to articulate a robust theological and anthropological account which is worthy of each Christian name. From this primordial question, a whole set of important questions that demand our attention derives. Among others, these questions include the traditional body-soul dichotomy of human, the survival of human after death, which St. Paul regards as the ultimate enemy of human, the importance of otherness, which directly or indirectly relates to gender issues or the abuse of human rights, and also, in a more traditional terminology, the search for the constitutive element of the imago Dei, meaning what makes one to say that one exists as human, body, soul, mind, freedom, or something else. These are not simply abstract questions to reflect on, but they deeply relate to the way human being is defined in view of the current and previously unforeseen challenges. The priority of ontology as a hermeneutical key. Dealing with anthropology, one has to be cautious in order to use the proper hermeneutic. Since the early times, human being has been counted among animals, albeit a rational or social one. Today, as a result of the Darwinian evolution theory and climate crisis, the idea of a close relationship or interdependence between human beings and animals gradually acquires priority. But is this all that we can say about human being? As the philosopher Lynn Baker put it, quote, "It is useful to think of human persons as animals, as long as we are thinking biologically, not ontologically. But our animal nature that we share with other higher primates does not expose what we are most fundamentally. Ontology is not a branch of biology," end of quote. Despite the fact that all animals, like horses or our pet friends, say cats or dogs, indeed feel pain and have certain desires, or even some kind of soul, at the same time they lack self-consciousness. They cannot self-reflect on matters of life and death, but also they are not free either in a libertarian or freedom of choice manner. Speaking here about matters of life and death is by no means a matter of biology, shared among all animals, but primarily a matter of ontology, which relates to the being as being, the very existence of what we can say that exists. In ontology itself, a concept related to philosophy and theology, the question of being in general and human being in particular acquires an absolute metaphysical priority. It is no more a question of biological capacities or moral duties and values, but of what one can say that truly exists. This ontological perspective or hermeneutic was not always dominant in anthropological thinking. This is the case especially today, where a certain intolerance against ontology is at play as a result of the sensibility which defines late modernity, a sense that recalls the wandering of the ancient Greek mind. In the meantime, though, one needs to bear in mind both the complexity of the topic and the variety of perspectives which have been elaborated in the course of time, in the attempt of certain thinkers to tackle with specific questions posed by various heretics who were not at ease with the often simplistic or underdeveloped anthropological definitions of the Bible in matters of existential importance. Medieval times, inner self versus personhood. Augustine is widely recognized today as the inventor, more or less, of the Western subject. Living in turbulent times, when the Western Empire was ready to collapse, Augustine decided to direct the human to its inner self, to the soul, in order to survive. In a Neoplatonic fashion, this turn made it possible for the introverted human being to self-reflect, and for the soul to be, quote, like to God, end of quote. Again, quote from Augustine, fitted to rule the body, end of quote. Even though he himself holds that soul is created and not divine, the soul is the closer thing to God compared to everything else created. Materiality, in this regard, is still considered as a burden for the contemplation of God, as it is necessary for the individual soul to overcome the bodily senses as the natural world, and to relate to God, based on the inner and conscious efforts of the spiritualized self. In his Confessions, Augustine describes the inner ego as moving through its rational soul beyond the materiality to meet the divine thought, from which it fell in the first place. For the Latin Father, person, again quote, is a reasoning soul that uses an earthly body, end of quote. Similar developments can be traced in the East, where Origen meant to exercise a great influence. He too gives priority to the soul over the body, and especially to its higher faculty, the intellect, by which human can contemplate God himself. Again, the interior self acquires priority over any bodily relationship. In the midst of the human enterprise to reach the divine, both Augustine and Origen share certain Neoplatonic premises, according to which there is an interior divine part in human, even though they both seek to identify a proper place for the body in the kingdom of God. At the end of the day, what really matters is the mental part which exerts a certain proximity to God. It is then the psychological experience and self-consciousness of the rational soul which gradually acquires a special role, offering to the self the opportunity to search for the hidden divine element within its interiority. An important counterpart of Augustine in the East is definitely Gregory of the Theologian. A normative patristic voice, Gregory has been one of the least, or probably the only Easter father. We can also count Sergius Bulgakov in this chain as a modern father, who offers a clear, psychological, introspective view of human identity. In his autobiographical verses addressed to myself, he uses something like a first-person perspective to describe his inner self. He thus ascribes a certain authority to nous as the organ by which human being is saved. Nous is not one higher faculty of soul, but in a way reminiscent of Augustine, human's very identity, the foundation of this Eastern inner self. With Voithios, a further development takes place in the way Western would conceive human being. Although Augustine's view of consciousness as the core dimension of the human remains valid, now the focus lies on rationality, according to the famous definition persona natura rationabilis individual substantia. In the fight against Ευτύχιος Nestorius, Voithios provides for the first time a definition of human being by combining the Latin persona with the Greek ontological concept hypostasis, a move which meant to have important anthropological impact. In his Contra Ευτύχιον Nestorium, Voithios makes an important maneuver by replacing substantia with subsistentia, a change which is destined to give priority to the interior self as the active individuality which defines human being itself. As a result, the individual substance equates to the hypostasis, by which the concrete individual endowed with mental capacities, that is, rationality, and not the abstract substance, takes the lead. The concrete individual takes the lead as rationality. By no coincidence, the priority given to rationality will define the anthropological development throughout the whole medieval time, up to our day, where rationality is still considered as the sine qua non faculty of human being. It suffices here to mention Descartes, cogito ergo sum, and Kant, practical reason, upon whose the modern secular culture is based. With a distance of only 20 years from Voithios, in his work against Nestorius and Ευτύχιος, Leontios of Byzantium transfers an hypostaton, a Christological concept, to anthropology. By doing so, Leontios attempts to form an anthropological view where the possibility of an immanent, at the same time transcendent self brings my hypostatic Catholicity to realization. As a modern interpreter of Leontios put it, quote, in the hypostaton, we read the person as our broader manifestation between the individual I and the other human being. End of quote. The inner self becomes thus the horizon where individuality manifests itself as Catholicity. This is a quite important and not fully received development, which will be used in the following analysis. Returning now to our discussion, in the East, things evolved much faster in the attempt of the Greek fathers to clarify and formulate the adequate doctrinal definition about the Trinity. I will skip the part dealing with the Cappadocian fathers, which is more or less well known at the interpretation provided by Zizoulas because of the time limit. I will go directly to the part dealing with, let's say, the contemporary anthropological theories. Based again on the ontological perspective, one can identify two representative theories which try to define human person today: materialism or physicalism or animalism on the one side, and substance dualism on the other. In brief, materialism or animalism gives priority to the materiality of human being, to its kinship to the animal world. Persons are not fundamentally considered as natural organisms, as animals. In this light, are most fundamentally considered as natural organisms or animals. In this light, any of other distinctive qualities, such as consciousness or free will, have no ontological value at all. They are just qualities based on biological mechanisms, and they are totally subject to them. As a modern exponent of the theory put it, quote, the continued existence of you or me depends on biological continuity. One survives just in case one's purely animal functions, metabolism, the capacity to breathe and circulate one's blood, and the like. One can, end of quote, one can easily assume the support that an exaggerated version of the Darwinist theories has given to such theories, which fully undervalue any mental or experiential dimension of human being. On the other hand, substance dualism, a more common theory with a long ancient and Christian theory, history, not without qualifications, nuances, and variations, identifies two basic kinds of substances in human being, mental and material. One modern exponent of this theory, the Orthodox analytic philosopher Richard Swinburne, describes substance dualism as follows, quote, I understand by substance dualism the view that those persons which are human beings living on earth have two parts linked together, body and soul. A man's body is that to which his physical properties belong. If a man weighs 10 stone, then his body weighs 10 stone. A man's soul is that to which the pure mental properties of a man belong. If a man imagines a cat, then the dualist will say his soul imagines a cat. In substance dualism, although the body is recognized as a valuable part of human identity, what really matters is the rational soul as the very seat of mental states. End of quote. Another contemporary analytic philosopher, William Hasker, provides a slightly different perception of substance dualism, where the self, quote, is an emergent entity endowed with novel causal powers. It possesses libertarian free will, end of quote. No, the quotation continues. As I understand it, emergence occurs when microelements governed by standard physical laws generate higher level properties, which in turn alter the laws according to which lower level elements interact. The mind is then produced by the brain. It is not a separate element added to the brain from outside. End of quote. By doing so, Hasker appears to turn the coin upside down by giving a central role to biology as the necessary substratum for the emergence of the self. As it has been clear by this brief account of the major anthropological theories and figures from the early church history till today, the discussion in theological and philosophical anthropology still revolves around the proper relationship between soul and body, the role of mind, and finally the ontological survival of human, but also of the cosmos in its entirety. A possible way out, an hypostatic cosmic self. A modern and quite ambitious enterprise to overcome the traditional dichotomy between soul and spirit, soul, spirit, and body has been recently articulated by a contemporary Greek thinker. Nikolaos Ludovicos, in his Analogical Identities, stresses a holistic understanding of the human being, presenting consubstantiality, an ontological term transferred from the Trinity via Christology and ecclesiology to anthropology, as the means through which the Christian self must be created. By making use of certain developments in various disciplines like cognitive science and French phenomenology, Ludovicos highlights the embodied character of mental activities, going against the mainstream prioritization of the soul and the mind over the body in a Platonic and Cartesian way. Despite, however, its merit and original intention, the proposed embodied self still operates within the Neoplatonic body-soul transcendence immanence pattern, meaning that it does not go far enough so as to move beyond the body-soul dichotomy, account in order to adapt a transformation of the imago Dei to an imago mundi. In the remainder of the present paper, by making use of enipostaton and communion as key concepts, as well as Baker's constitution view, I will try to briefly propose an alternative at the study of human being. According to Baker's constitution view, quote, what distinguishes a person from everything else that exists in the natural world is the first-person perspective, the ability to think of oneself as oneself. When an animal comes to constitute a person, the animal acquires the property of being a person, derivatively. A first-person perspective is the basis of all forms of self-consciousness. End of quote. It continues, again quote, the evidence for an ontological difference between persons and not human animals lies in the significantly different abilities of persons from all other kinds of beings. The unique features of persons depend on first-person perspectives that underlie self-consciousness. End of quote. It is clear by now that for one to be a person needs specific abilities, an ego perspective, which indirectly overcomes the classic dichotomy between body and soul. According to Lynn Bacon, quote, human persons are wholly constituted by human bodies, just as marble statues are wholly constituted by pieces of marble, end of quote. In this line, Lynn Bacon tries to establish a healthy and balanced interiority. To achieve the later goal, it's for the fear to overcoming the alleged primacy of nous, we need an hypostaton by which the inner self is opened or rather self-emptied, a kind of kenosis, as much as possible, so as to receive the other. Here, the other human being, in an existential horizon, where the real meaning, here embodied communion, becomes the ultimate measure of the self's own maturation. As a Greek philosopher, Staios Raphos put it in this regard, an hypostaton allows us to conceive of an interiority wide open, in the first place, to the fullness of living well, and only secondly, to the ethics of obligation. End of quote. His reluctance to confirm the balance between interiority and moral exteriority can fully endorsed by a strong emphasis on the cosmic character of the material body, by which the cosmos in its entirety share in common with the individual self and vice versa in a constant and real communion to be fulfilled in the kingdom of God. The hypostaton cosmic subject represents a view which takes seriously into account both body and soul, the inner self and the exterior world, projected in an existential horizon, which sees the heart, so much stressed by particularly the Eastern ascetic tradition, as the proper organ or place where the Spirit of God dwells, and the love for the other, God, human, and cosmos, flourishes. By way of conclusion, it has become clear that theological anthropology today needs to go beyond anachronistic tensions, which obscure our perception of human being. The Western self and the Eastern personhood, the inco-communio-centric bipolarity, by no means remains our primordial response to the traditional question, who am I? On the contrary, they can both be used as useful and complementary ingredients towards a construction of a more inclusive understanding of human being, where body and soul, the inner and outer self, the other and the cosmos in its entirety will be taken seriously into account in the pieces of the self. In this light, the hypostatic cosmic subject, inspired by insights derived by the long developments taking place in Western and Eastern traditions, aspires to provide a way forward relevant to our postmodern world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nikolaos Asproulis, for this deep reflection about what makes human beings to persons. Maybe we do it as we did yesterday. We have a short chance to discuss or to ask questions if there are questions now, and then we proceed to our second lecture. Please.
Thank you very much for this. Indeed, very good synthetic reconstruction, trying to go beyond traditional dichotomies and binary distinctions. The question I have is whether today in our global age, if we talk of anthropology, we can restrict ourselves or limit ourselves to the Western and Eastern Christian traditions, and whether we do not need to take seriously the anthropological understandings of what does it mean to be a human being of those other traditions which actually constitute the majority of humans today. I'm thinking of the Eastern traditions. And here is the holy question of the axial age and going beyond Athens and Jerusalem, the need to take seriously the anthropology, ontological anthropology, very different that one finds in these other traditions, which are the fundamental way in which those cultures still understand what does it mean to be human.
Thank you, Professor Casanova, for your valuable question. It is true that we need to take into account in our global age, we need to take into account different perspectives from all over the world in order to construct a new understanding of human being. But I think that the Western, let's say, the Greek Western understanding of what is a human being is still the dominant one. So perhaps we still need to keep this perspective as the starting point of any kind of reflection in order to try to adapt this perspective to a more global or a more holistic one. I think it is still the dominant. I don't think that. I think that we all understand that we all share the view that the Western culture, what we understand as Western culture, is the dominant culture all over the world. So in one way or another, it's still the dominant perspective, in my view. If you go to Japan or to South Africa, you will still see a Western, you have a Western feeling. China uses capitalism in order to grow up. So capitalism is a part of the Western culture. So in that case, in this understanding, still China is part of the Western world, in my view, at least. So I understand that this is a complicated discussion, but
in the 17th century Jesuits had this discussion with Chinese and with Indian, precisely what is constitute humanity. And they didn't discuss theologically, but anthropologically, they were sure that precisely the Greek perspective was the rational human perspective. And they could not get this across because neither Chinese nor Indians could accept this perspective. And today we simply have to face this fact. To say that they simply is the dominant, the Western is the dominant perspective, I think is incorrect. Is incorrect. In the Western academia, yes, but not in the rest of the world.
I understand your point. I still insist on the priority, not the priority, the dominance of the Western, a broader Western understanding, but I understand what you say by the need to get into close dialogue with traditions that they don't, for instance, they don't use ontology in their construction of what is the human being. For Indian philosophy, cannot understand, cannot receive ontology in their perspective. So we need to find a way to dialogue with them. Yeah, this is important.
Okay, Professor Casanova, thank you very much. Professor Greif-Schmidt, please.
Thank you. Does this function? Yes? No?
Είναι πολύ χαμηλά.
Hello? No.
Okay. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for addressing this very important issue of anthropology in the light of the Orthodox theologian tradition and of your thinking of portraying this into the modern world. I think this is something, despite what other cultures mean, that we have to think about what we can contribute to the thinking of human beings today in modern scientific world, but probably also in interreligious and intercultural dialogue. When I'm often in context with science, natural science, and it's very difficult to bring forward the thinking of humanity, of the human person, especially in theological sense, but also in a philosophical sense. It's not, it's still not like it was before, that we can think of a self-conscious being which is different from the animality and what you are described with the material monism. I wonder how it is today when we think on artificial intelligence and the research project of transhumanism and posthumanism. This is especially directed to an image of the human being which has no weakness. Weakness is totally out of sight, and I think we have to bring forward the body soul, but also what is combined with it, that we are vulnerable and weak. And what I want to question you is whether you have any idea to bring into conversation this aspect when we when you are talking to scientists, especially with artificial intelligence, who neglect this dimension of bodiness, of weakness, of vulnerability, and who wants to overwhelm this weakness by being transhuman and posthuman. Do you have any approach you can recommend? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It is also very viable and very critical. The major problem that the Christian tradition will face today is how to keep the priority of the body in all this kind of discussion, because we live in a century of virtual reality. We live in a century of artificial intelligence. So we need to involve our body, our materiality in this discussion, which is something that we are still need to find the way. Because the only thing that through which we can show our vulnerability or weakness is through the body, through our materiality. Its materiality is something that we share with the whole material world, animals, the whole material world. So this will not be an easy dialogue with modern science, how to keep a central place for materiality, but it is necessary to be done. I don't have a ready-made reply to this.
Thank you both. Other questions? I don't see now. So we have, after the second lecture, we have also time to discuss both lectures. Then we turn to Reverend Professor Dr. Vasilios Thermos. It's an honor to open your lecture now. He's one of the, as far as I know, very few colleagues who has a double profession as theologian and as psychiatrist. I think we had just Dietrich Rössler in Germany. We have only few persons who are medicines and theologians as well. He's professor at the Supreme Ecclesiastical Academy of Athens, and today we'll talk about what is the better context of church which we should deal with. Is it the nation or the civil society? Postolene anipomono na kusosas. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Father Vasilios, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kindness towards Greekness as well. And I'm grateful for this invitation. Unfortunately, I have to leave after lunch because tomorrow I have to serve in the liturgy and then have a talk scheduled months ago. So I will miss part of this workshop. So I'm greeting everybody at this moment. After Nikos has assisted us to immerse in the depths of existence, now I'm going to move on a rather horizontal level. Civil society seeks to be defined through the coordinates of the rational discourse of modernity, which establishes the social contract and guides a continual self-critical examination of its potential inherent contradictions. The cornerstone of civil society is the law, along with institutions of justice, while the ideological and cultural infrastructure of civil society is based upon the concept of individuality that has emerged in modern times with its associated discourses of individual rights. As Habermas argues, a critical aspect of civil society is the separation of political culture from the culture of majority, resulting in the elimination of regime logic, the shifting of the focus on political culture, and the recognition of all sub-civilizations as equally valid, yet subordinate to the commonly accepted culture of law. Interestingly, our current era has many similarities with the time of Christ. First, society was pluralistic, cosmopolitan, and defined by religious syncretism. Second, during the period of Roman rule, the prevailing identity was primarily derived from law and Roman citizenship rather than from ethno-racial succession. And third, in this historical context, there existed a certain degree of individual self-determination, although it was not that extensive as modernity allows. This limited self-determination, however, made it possible for millions of pagans to convert to Christianity. It has been repeatedly emphasized that the prophetic role of the church is characterized by its ongoing critique of social institutions and cultural attitudes through the lens of the kingdom of God. If therefore we wish to assess the relationship of the Orthodox Church with civil society, we should first examine the context in which the church originated and developed. This context shares certain similarities with contemporary civil society, albeit with some significant differences. This is also one of the reasons why I argue that civil society is a more suitable environment for the church than the nation state, as is the case today. The Orthodox Church has a vested interest in upholding the values of civil society, or rather should have an interest. This is not only because civil society promotes freedom of movement and action, which is essential for the church's activities in countries where it is a minority, but also because civil society promotes individual self-determination, which allows people to freely choose to convert to Christ and become members of the church. It is not surprising that in Greece, probably in other Eastern European countries too, where civil society is still underdeveloped, individuals who convert to other religions are often viewed as being less Greek by some members of the faithful, of the flock. On the other hand, the prophetic mission of the church both permits and presses for a critical perspective towards civil society. In this regard, I would suggest the following parameters of a critique. Number one, overemphasizing an identity based on merely the law leads to cultural weakness, which in turn can facilitate the imposition of globalized alienating practices as it reduces moral resistance. This argument is also the predominant oppositional discourse of the current ecclesiastical sphere against the concept of cosmopolitanism, and of course is being exploited by fundamentalists, but nonetheless, it's a valid argument to me. What is often overlooked is that contemporary methods of alienation primarily target the unconscious and the senses, such as through consumerism and images, spectacle, a condition that religion is not adequately equipped to handle. In other words, civil society alone is not capable of preventing the moral decay of humanity. It is necessary to supplement its own values with the values of culture as an antidote. And two, another aspect of the critique, the absence of a spiritual background in the self-restraint of citizens, namely relying exclusively on legal principles, poses the risk of limiting the civil society to a self-centered existence within national borders only. In other words, the Western model is not actually exported because doing so would entail a significant reduction of the implied power and rights that the West has over the third world. Thus, developed countries, for example, exhibited duplicitous behavior. Their civil society fails to prevent them from exporting hazardous waste to more poor countries, from destabilizing democracies in the third world, and from engaging in sex tourism, using women and children from countries which lack their own protection of civil society. So that's why it's morally not adequate to me. However, despite the drawbacks of the secularized civil society, the church no longer has the option or even the right to reject it in public discourse. Instead, it is expected to engage with it as one of the many contemporary factors, a development which inevitably causes some dissatisfaction within the church. But let us move now on to study the ecclesiastical dimensions of the issue. The problem of the relationship between the one and the many is a fundamental concern in both psychology and theological anthropology. As if the inherent complexity of the issue was not enough, its position in the contemporary cultural context has complicated it even more. In other words, civil society is still worthy of the favorable attention of Christians, as it rekindles the question of our relationship with plurality, a necessary and dialectical term for seeking the one God and promoting unity among human beings. For centuries, in traditional societies, individuals were expected to obey the dictates of the larger social groups to which they belonged, such as their family, kinship, village, or society as a whole. To be precise, this conformity was not experienced as an obligation, but as a self-evident automatism in accordance with deeply internalized cultural norms. The sense of imposition and oppression occurred whenever a person experienced strong desires, which the community might not approve, such as a desire for a romantic love or a longing for higher education. In such a case, the person had to submit to the expectations of the community or to bear the cost of a rupture. During pre-modern times, the Orthodox Church did not typically engage in reflection about its place in society. While its status varied over time depending on political conditions, during periods of persecution, the church faced trial and challenges, while in other periods, such as in the Byzantine era or in Tsarist Russia, the church held more power. In general, the church's self-reflection was often limited to assessing the character of individual rulers. This is as far as the political theory of pre-modern times went. Simultaneously, the person naturally found their place within the collectivity of the ecclesiastical body not due to the support of any particular theology, but rather because the prevailing social and cultural context provided a supporting structure or scaffolding on which the church was able to develop. The church group in traditional society was supposed to represent its members. Of course, there have always been the exceptions of believers who have differentiated themselves from their ecclesiastical community. But such actions were not typically considered theologically legitimate unless the community had deviated and fallen into heresy. It could be argued that prior to the challenges posed by the Enlightenment, the church did not feel a pressing need to develop a theology addressing the relationship between the one and the many. Modernity brought significant changes, and it was often characterized by a cold or even hostile attitude towards the church. In this new cultural context, the individual was elevated to a central position, and corresponding institutions emerged to safeguard individual rights and ensure emancipation from the collectivity. In addition, as modernity bestowed upon individuals the power and authority of institutions, new developments emerged that have shaken the church as a collectivity. I will mention some of them. One, as persons gained citizenship and the corresponding rights that came with it, they often sought to exercise those rights within their own church communities as well. This category encompasses voices calling for the democratization of the church and the empowerment of the laity. Many of these voices are those of theologians and are characterized by their seriousness and coherence. Two, as the official church was considered to be betraying its mission by either secularizing or identifying too closely with the state, a number of charismatic preachers and movements emerged. These groups denounced the ecclesiastical establishment and called for a renaissance or a shift in attitudes and mindsets. In Greece, there have been the cases of Papoulakos or Makrakis or Kandiotis, certain charismatic preachers who differentiated from the church as a collectivity in order to make the church more healthy and fresh again. Three, sometimes all these five I'm going to mention are developments of the modernity and are new conditions. Sometimes the persons found themselves in conflict with their own community, namely the church. This conflict is manifested in various ways, such as appeals by clergy and laity to secular courts, as well as resorting to the press. These were absolutely not found in, or even might be considered sacrilegious in pre-modern church. Four, various ecclesiastical entities, such as parishes, dioceses, and autocephalous Orthodox churches, may find themselves in opposition to one another, often using their legal rights with the modern state as a mediator, usually in cases related to property disputes. They go to the courts, ecclesiastical institutions, one against the other. And five, even the highest members of the clergy are subject to be tried in courts for penal and civil cases by lay people, sometimes women. The vast majority of judges in Greece are women. And recently, some years ago, a bishop who is a professor in the theological school, because of some troubles and some, anyway, it's not the appropriate time to explain, but for some troubles, was under a trial in the courts by 3 judges, and 2 of the 3 were women. And of course, he was proved innocent eventually, but those young women were the judges of that bishop. This is an absolutely new condition in the new context. In other words, the modern context has given rise to unprecedented and complex scenarios in which solutions to the challenges of balancing the interests of the one and the many are derived from an empirical combination of contextual legal frameworks, cultural attitudes, and social mindsets. A claim for theological answers is still a matter of debate, although some efforts have been made to explain these differentiations through a theology of synodality. But to me, it's still theoretical. The incomplete encounter of the Orthodox Church with modernity, and in some countries, the lack of any engagement altogether, has resulted in two main consequences. On one hand, members of the Orthodox Church often perceive civil society as being unfriendly or even hostile towards them. On the other hand, those particular members, conservative members, they may have a hard time to accept that fellow members of the Orthodox Church could be involved in civil society, or worse yet, that they hold views that align more closely with civil society than with their church. As a result of this impetus, the official Orthodox Church in Eastern European countries, including Greece, seeks to operate as a unified collective at a macroscopic and institutional level, with the aim of asserting its presence in the realm of political negotiation, while also being legally represented. Although the official Orthodox Church is institutionally equivalent to other modern forms of collective entities and associations, there are still pre-modern impulses that prevail in its attitudes. For example, the Church may expect or even demand to be treated by the state according to Byzantine criteria that view the Church as an entity which contains the others and is never contained. At this point, there is a striking cognitive dissonance. Reasonably, the Orthodox Church is facing a growing crisis of identity in its human aspect. The ecclesiastical self-evident beliefs are rooted in the Byzantine pre-modern context in which the Church developed, while the new questions arise from the modern and postmodern world. This discrepancy has the potential to generate fruitful theological reflections. The nation is still the central idea, the central ideal, and the constitutive element for the Church, Orthodox Church in Eastern Europe, while for the modern secularized world, this element is the civil society, the basic constitutive element. The latter, civil society, is a reality that has been acquired in the Western world, where despite the fact that the real situation may fall short of what is desirable, it remains the primary objective. In contrast, the nation is not just a historical reality for predominantly Orthodox countries, but also the fundamental way of structuring their ecclesiastical identity. As a result, Orthodox countries are in a different psychological condition compared to Western ones regarding our subject. Moreover, in Orthodox countries, believers are also characterized by a different psychological reality than the religiously indifferent or Westernized population of the same countries. Indeed, respective psychological priorities differ because of the unique way in which they construct their sense of psychological identity. A revision of the Church's relationship with the nation would inevitably face the fact that the overwhelming majority of Orthodox believers derive their Christian identity primarily through the mediation of the nation. Therefore, a change threatens. Any modifications of their fundamental relationship with the nation could potentially lead to a risk of no longer being perceived as Christians. That's why the resistance is so much strong. Their unconscious knows well. They don't know consciously, but their unconscious is aware. The suffocating connection between the Orthodox Church and the nation can be viewed as the mobilization of one great collectivity to the service of another great collectivity. In times of perceived threat, due to the unfriendly stance of civil society, Orthodox Christians may resort to automatic responses that are rooted in the past in order to temporarily relieve their anxiety. It is usually the argument that the Church has made such significant contributions to the nation throughout the centuries that it cannot be disregarded without resulting in detrimental effects. This rhetoric overlooks the urgent need for the Orthodox Church to define its position in relation to civil society and the modern attitudes that come with this institution. It is worth noting that every modern institution is rooted in certain conceptions about the individual. Interestingly, Orthodox people are willing to utilize these institutions in order to defend their individual or collective ecclesiastical interests, yet they have not been engaged into a meaningful dialogue with the underlying ideological and cultural preconditions that gave rise to these institutions. I mean that they make use of human rights and modern institutions, but at the same time, they are very much reluctant of accepting the underlying concept of the individual under the institutions. So one moment they fight against individualism, and the other moment make use of institutions being founded on the basis of the individual. For instance, when conservative parents claim to be heard and express opinions on the content of the religious education curriculum, they invoke individual rights. The same when fundamentalists reject the restrictive measures of the pandemic as a restriction of religious freedom. However, within the Church, some of them that I mentioned may not recognize the right of the faithful to elect their bishops or to ordain deaconesses. They are against it. Individual rights, freedom, and dignity of the person, along with the related terminology, apply only in case of conflict against the evil world, but not in the internal procedures of ecclesiastical life. I have deliberately chosen these examples, electing bishops and ordained deaconesses, that are supported by church history rather than others that may seem novel. Nevertheless, members of the Church are now born and raised in a society where modern institutions are prevalent. The ideological and cultural foundations of these institutions are becoming increasingly self-evident, forming part of the cultural landscape of contemporary Christians. Many church leaders fail to realize that with the passage of time, it is not just some conservative Christians who feel uneasy with the modern world. On the contrary, a considerable number of Christians, Orthodox Christians, I would say, experience a sense of dissonance in front of the imperial residual elements of the Byzantine rituals, or in front of the absolute authority of bishops amidst a world that values immediacy, simplicity, and inclusiveness. I mean, many bishops are not aware that the unfitting feeling has been reversed. Many Orthodox Christians do not follow their rigid pastors, and the body of the laity is deeply divided. Now, I proceed to the final part of my presentation. Is there any solution in this asymmetrical encounter of Orthodox Church and civil society? After all, is it not synodality that is promoted as the pride of Orthodoxy, as the ethos that harmoniously unites the one with the many? Theoretical exercises on paper are easy. The very truth is that the practice of synodality has disappeared in the Orthodox Church a long time ago. And there are doubts whether it ever truly existed, at least to me. A pessimist would question whether it is possible to foster a conciliar spirit today amidst a culturally hostile environment that is theologically alien and legally indifferent, especially if such an ethos had not been able to adequately flourish even in past favorable conditions for the church. So, is the battle lost? No. Once again, we find that hope emerges from crisis. This is also true in spiritual life, where situations of fluidity and instability can sometimes facilitate what normal conditions fail to accomplish. This is a paradox. I believe, therefore, that in taking into account civil society, there are the following reasons to hope for a renewal of synodality in the Orthodox Church. Number one, young members of Orthodox Church grow in a socio-political environment where civil society and related institutions are considered self-evident. Their acquired representations and views are inscribed as a cognitive horizon and incorporated into their value system. If the Orthodox Church wishes to engage with younger generations, it must confront their frustrations and discontent. Failure to do so may result in the Orthodox Church embracing, as young members, only people of a sectarian mentality who have rejected in advance dialogue with contemporary world. Number two, the renewal of theological thought, at least in Greek and English-speaking Orthodoxy, I'm not aware of what happens in other nations, has led inevitably to a theological dialogue on various ecclesiastical issues. Topics that came back to the forefront include empowerment of the laity, liturgical renewal, rejection of nationalism, theological pluralism, areas in which one gets involved as a citizen of the modern world. However, this does not imply that addressing these issues must be done through a secularized lens, not at all. Rather, it means that the theologian's perspective is also inevitably shaped by civil society too, one of the factors, which serves as a source of influence and well-intentioned pressure. Another factor worth noting is that for the first time in the Church's extensive history, there are now a significant number of lay people who possess a more comprehensive understanding of theology than some of their bishops. Number three, the philosophy of civil society contains certain elements that could be utilized by theological hermeneutics. More specifically, civil society cultivates a sense of responsibility and inclusivity, attributes that could potentially engage in a dialogue with the theology of charismata, of gifts. Moreover, civil society operates in the public sphere, where the Church also develops, while opinion and confession are their shared traits. Additionally, the complementary role of civil society in conjunction with representative democracy highlights the values of dignity and free will, as it is not acceptable to delegate representation permanently and have individuals remain inactive until the next election. Lastly, citizenship has significant implications for Christians who are described by Apostle Paul in the Ephesians as citizens of the new world of God. So there are some parallels that can have a fruitful dialogue. Therefore, it is important to continue exploring and developing these 3 points. Such an approach, in addition to being beneficial for the Church, will also be good for civil society, which, being linked to democracy, is susceptible to similar risks. Given the precarious state of democracy globally, there exists a historic opportunity for the Orthodox Church to take a stand and avoid aligning itself with populist and anti-democratic currents. So, extramuros, the Church can play a vital role in further humanizing why not Christianizing, I would say, the positive achievements of modernity? Moreover, any constructive solutions of the problem of the relationship between the one and the many, to me, will contribute to a deeper experience and living of the ecclesial Catholicity. Intramuros now, we may study Florovsky's legacy. I'm drawing from the body of the living Christ. The entire Christian existence must be organically Catholicized, that is to say, reintegrated, concentrated, interiorly centralized. She continues. However, Catholicity always remains a problem to be resolved for each new generation, time, for each local community, space, and for each of the faithful, individual. This new consciousness will in no wise be an impersonal fusion. You know, the anxiety about the relationship between the one and the many very much owes to this fear of fusion, of merging. And Florovsky continues, this new consciousness, its Catholic attitude will have nothing to do with collectivism. In my opinion, this is a marvelous description of an internalization of the many by the one and vice versa, of which we are desperately in need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father Vasilios, for your inspiring lecture, for this plaidoyer for an open approach to civil society for the church. The floor is open now for you all, and I think we have a lot of things to discuss. Professor Grossatz, please.
Oh, please.
Okay, second.
Please.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Question addressed to Father Thermos. What are, according to you, the parameters and the factors that weaken civil society in Eastern Europe, in countries shaped by Orthodoxy? You mentioned nationalism. Do you think there are other factors?
Yeah, we may express some hypotheses about that. For sure, one basic reason is the poor encounter with modernity, because modernity has been a very demanding exercise in organizing new types of bonds that are not anymore of blood and soil, but are bonds inspired by the law. So these bonds of modernity, the social bonds, contribute to the social contract. Social contract is very poor in traditional Orthodox countries. And if one seeks to repel collectivity, to be emancipated from collectivity, then I'm afraid for many citizens of those countries, this is considered as a rebellion. I mean, the one has to rebel against collectivity, and then, ideally, or in an extreme conception, may become the authoritarian leader of the collectivity. There's no intermediate space built, because to build an intermediate space where the one will peacefully coexist with the many, we need a social contract. And we are in need of the patriotism of the Constitution. This is the British and French type. Instead, in Eastern Europe, we follow the Balkan and German type. I mean, the type of soil and blood. And is, I hope I'm not doing injustice to German political life, but anyway, I'm deriving soil and blood. I'm deriving from 20th century.
No, sorry. The soil is part of the prince and the prince.
Someone who born, for example, in France, has the right to be French. What you describe is the blood, the supremacy of the blood. And the question is why? Actually, this is my question. I would like to ask you why the Orthodox will follow this German style. German, I mean, in previous times, not now.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
It was, yeah, the first half of 20th century, for sure.
Distinction between civic and ethnic national. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
The
It's a-
distinction between
yeah.
civic and ethnic nationalism, basically.
There are historical reasons for this. And yeah, the other, no, I don't think it's the same case with France, because for someone to be a citizen, if someone is born in the country, this is because of the constitutional community. It's not because of the soil. It's quite a different source of inspiration. So I think that these are some reasons why this, and also there has been historically, because of the historical adventures of the Orthodox Church and the attacks and the threats that it has suffered by both Westerners during the Crusades and also the Ottomans, there has been established a very much defensive identity. But in order to go, this defensive identity is not only collective, it has been internalized in the individuals. But in order to go out and participate in the social contract, in social legal bonds, you have to somehow be, defensive. I mean, you have to be of goodwill and open to cooperation. These are very poor and spontaneous attempts to, but of course it requires much research to have answers to that, because we very much need this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Katan. Professor Großhardt.
Yeah, I have more perhaps comment or some addings than a question, but perhaps it may be also a question. So this description of the churches being so strongly related to nation or state reminds me a bit to the situation of the Protestant churches in Germany after 1990, when they had to understand to reorient themselves, being before church in socialism, and say always strongly directed to the state in opposition in that time, and then had to learn what it means to be church in pluralism. So for some years they thought they are now church in capitalism, having the same opposite, more or less, as they had before, only a different direction. So this with the pluralism and the experience of pluralism is made in civil society, and we can observe the necessity of the churches being active in civil society, and so also accepting other actors there of various types, NGOs in political, cultural, and whatever directions, and sport clubs and so on. Because if we look on countries who have no civil society, we see that really the individual person is of no value. You can see this now in Russia, who sends the young man as cannon food, more or less, to the front, and is not only killing the others, but also their own people without respect to them. And you can see this, I've done a bit of studies on this in Zimbabwe or in China, where you have no civil society. And then the people which you give the Lord's Supper, the Eucharistic the bread and you respect it, the individual person, then in the public is actually of nothing. So that churches have an important task to be interested in a very vivid civil society, and in that sense also reducing the state and those in power to their functions they have as state, and not being, say, in control of everything. So therefore, I very much I'm happy that you address this topic, because I think it's for the churches, it's also for Protestant churches in the global South, and so very important to see that they have this role to be responsible for a vivid civil society. I would really say it's a responsibility in order for the individual people. And my last comment is that my image of the church as mother, so and especially the Lutheran mother concept, was a kind of offer for having an imagery to make it easier to go into a modern understanding of the individual person in relation to the ecclesial community.
Thank you. Just a comment on Russia, that you mentioned the war. Indeed, it's a very good example to capture how this type of state doesn't really care about the persons. The whole idea is, let me use an analog, the survival of the species. Rусский man has to survive and to be reproduced. That's it. We don't care about the persons. It's not only about the dead, those who will be killed in the war, but also thousands of young persons who have abused civilians in Ukraine. So they will survive and may be healthy, but mentally, they have been destroyed. We saw it in Vietnam with Americans. So they don't care about that. Even the Russian church as a mother. This is a condition that reminds us of pre-modern collectivities who did not care about individuals. For example, a pre-modern mother might press a daughter, a son is more rarely, but more frequently her daughter, to marry someone else. She would not mind if she would be unhappy throughout all her life. So she has to do this for the family, for the collectivity. So I think this is an analog with what the Russian church as a mother does now by blessing this war.
Thank you. Georgios Lantis is next.
Yes, just one word about this blood and soil slogan. Blood and soil was a very central slogan of Nazi Germany. And it has its origin already in the 19th century. And we have to classify it in the whole development of Romanticism. Of course, it's not Romanticism in the way of the great literature we have, yes, but it's a kind of development. One can read a wonderful book written by Rudiger Safransky about Romanticism, where also the development of this idea is being described. I don't know if this ambition of many Orthodox to construct idealized forms of existence has also to do with this connection, why we are so resistant to modernity and we like these old happy times when we were all the same family, sharing the same place and whatever. But of course, we have to be very careful with the connections, because such slogans had also very, very different development that, of course, has nothing to do with the Orthodox world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this main remark. Now I have Professor Karakolis and Professor Moshev afterwards.
Thank you very much to both. for your excellent lectures. I have actually one question for each one of you. Dear Nikos, I was very impressed by your attempt to go beyond the dilemma between individual and person towards a holistic view of the human being. This reminded me a lot of what we heard yesterday from Theophilos Abadzidis. He also moved in a similar direction. And it is impressive, to say the least, that both of you independently from one another have taken this direction beyond this bipolarity, so to say, between personhood and individualism that we have grown up with theologically, at least in the Orthodox world. This is really wonderful, and it opens up many new perspectives. There is, however, one more bipolarity and I would like to kindly ask you to comment on this. You mentioned this briefly. The antithesis or the contrast between ontology and biology. And of course, you spoke about animality, and you spoke about the importance of our, so to say, biological side or animal side. And nowadays, of course, this is a given. We understand this much in a much more deep way than we used to in the past. And I was wondering whether the category of ontology should be redefined, perhaps, to also include biology. Whether ontology and biology are not two opposite terms, but whether one should presuppose the other, or whether they could also be considered nowadays in our postmodern reality as synonym terms, describing one and the same reality, the complex reality of human being. So this could be my question to you. And my question to Father Vasilios, I was also struck by your bold claim that and question that actually there is no synodality in today's Orthodox Church, if I have understood you correctly. And then you asked in a rather provocative way, but I fully follow your argument and I fully understand your argument, whether there has been synodality at all in the history of the Orthodox Church. This is a very bold question and claim. And you are also a psychiatrist and a psychologist, of course, and you know very well, more than any one of us, that there is always a deep reality in human beings defined by their psychological situations, by their personal history, by their experiences, and to repeat myself, by their biological side and reality. Nowadays, we are aware that human beings should be viewed in a holistic way, not just as spirits. And of course, this I suppose that this should have a consequence on our theological discussions. So, what is the psychological background for this lack of synodality? And for this kind of, if I may so, schizophrenic conception within the Orthodox Church, that in theory, we speak wonderfully about ecclesiology, about synodality, about the harmony between the one and the many, and the many and the one, and so on. But then in practice, we do exactly the opposite. So can we ignore the basis of this phenomenon that is probably psychological? Thank you. I hope my question was clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christoph, for your question, which is very important. Perhaps it would be necessary to stress it more, but I think that we are on the same page, saying that we need to go beyond all kinds of dichotomies, such as ontology and biology, ontology and ethics, and so on. But the problem here is a problem of priority. We cannot define the human being through the lens of biology, only that, because in that case we will miss a central point, which is that a human being is the only, let's say, being in as being that can give, let's say, a meaning to his or her life. That is something that cannot be done by an animal in itself, which is it is not conscious or cannot self-reflect. So I would still insist on the priority of ontology over biology, but we need to find the balance, the right balance.
Thank you. I admit that my claim was rather excessive. Of course, there have been many moments of synodality in the history of the Orthodox Church, but the reason I spoke this way is that I think that the strength of a claim is being relative to the strength of a claim is affected, I could say, by the comparison with what we claim. If we, as an Orthodox Church, claim so much and put all our money on synodality, then there is a huge gap between our theory and practice. That's why I said that, okay, we know. And of course, for example, in Byzantine era, I'm not a historian, but I can think of maybe the only, Dimitris, who is an expert, may correct me, but in Byzantine era, the only institution that would vote, the principle of majority prevailed, was the synod. I mean, it was this voting, it's a pioneering practice. Later in modernity, we had, and now today we have this voting principle and the principle of majority. So there are certain wonderful and healthy elements of church tradition that have to be discovered. Instead, just because we don't derive, in the majority of Orthodox people don't derive their identity from the être ecclesial, from our ecclesial being, but instead from our social and national context. That's why we ignore all these huge potentials of our history, the history of the church and the theology of the church, and instead we resort to practices and mindsets that come from the nation or the local society, or the local society might be, without a national, without a reference to the nation. So if I try to respond to your question on why, what are the psychological motivations for that, psychological reasons, I would, I think we have to collectively very much think of it and cooperate and further research. But I personally would mention two reasons. One is ecclesiastical and psychological. And it's about a shift in ecclesiology and worship that started in mid-Byzantine era. This is an era in which lay people are marginalized gradually, and clericalism comes up, and lay people are disconnected from what's going on around the altar. So there is a shift in ecclesiology in Middle Byzantine ages, which has a result to social mentalities. And I think that this is responsible for the decline of Byzantium in later Byzantine times, gradually. The other reason is quite, I think it's about the last centuries. We know that around the Mediterranean, in Eastern Europe, but also around the Mediterranean, not only in Orthodox countries, but in other Arab or Muslim countries, the position of the mother is very strong compared to the position of the mother in Northern countries. This is a factor that generates in young people a higher anxiety of merge, of being disappeared into the mother, compared to the West and North of Europe. And we find it in psychotherapists as well. And this is, I think this is a very serious and considerable factor that does not allow, that prevents us from being, from cooperating, from defining ourselves peacefully. In Eastern Europe, we define ourselves in terms of a conflict, of a rebellion. The only way to avoid merge and fusion is to rebel. And then if you prevail in this rebellion, you become an authoritarian leader, like in Soviet Union. So this might be an idea.
Thank you so much. Professor Moscow.
Thank you. Well, Father Vasilios opened 1,000 issues in the last minute. Okay, I'll try because time is up. I'll try to come again to this discussion thread about collective identity, nation, and Eastern Europe, and all these things. I think that there are many things that should be considered, assessed historically, because the idea that all the collectivity around the nation is actually a modern idea. So it's not, we usually think that the Orthodox Church is stuck somewhere in a Middle Age worldview of a community, and differentiated community and so on. But in reality, the idea of a nation is actually an idea of national romanticism, as Yorgos showed already in the 19th century. But in the 19th century, and all this idea that there are nations that have a sort of metaphysic purpose on the earth and in their history and so on, was actually a revolutionizing idea, was a modern idea, and helped for self orientation and freedom of many Eastern nations that were under the empires, the Russian Empire, the German, the Austrian Empire, and so on, and helped also the Germans to form a united state, the way that the French and the English had done that. And the Greek Revolution, 1821, has helped to that. Therefore was Byron there and so on. So this is mainly a modern idea. And the church, the Orthodox Church, also the Western Church, but that was in another time phase, but in the Eastern Church found a safe place to stay there, because there was a massive criticism since the 18th century with anti-clericalism and enlightenment and all these things. And now there was a new job to do, because it was part of a new national identity. We have a turn in the medieval studies, for example, in Volkerkunde, in the how do we say, the Laografia? Yes, all these things that stressed the continuity of the nation from the Middle Ages to modernity. So it was a very good a place to put also the church, the role of Christianity in history and so on. In Greece, we have the Greek Hellenochrestianismos and all this stuff. The problem is that all these things were changed dramatically after the First World War, and there were all these paranoid collectivism of fascism and all these things in a modern, it was a mixture of modern ideas with medieval ideas and so on. It was a sort of Frankenstein style things, and the Christianity was actually thrown out, and then there was a time for a rearrangement of all this. Some parts of the Orthodox Church could assess this better. We see the ecumenical dialogue, the ecumenical patriarchate in a modern state, which was the Turkish democracy and all these things. But others could not follow this pace. And I think this is the most important historical reason. And all these things are connected to it. For example, the mother example, we see that in the Greek Revolution, there is a very well-known work about a national hero who wrote his memoirs, Ioannis Makrigiannis, who constantly applies the picture of the mother for Patrida, for the land, not for the church. Say everywhere that, you know, so the nation is sort of substitute for the ecclesial identity. And now we're in a phase that we have to get rid all of from all of that. So it's principally a modern process. It's not a remnant from a middle. I think.
I absolutely agree. It's a commonplace that nation is quite a modern idea, but how can we explain that in Greece, the more fundamentalist one is, the more nationalist one is? I mean, it has been hijacked by fundamentalists, which is true only in the Orthodox Church, as in Russia as well. It's not the case with Catholic fundamentalists.
Spain is very similar, but it's Castilian nationalism against other Basque and Catalan. But yeah, I mean, in the Franco regime, obviously, was this form of Catholic nationalism against the rest. But then you have a civil war, and you cannot. I mean, you have to take into account also the Greek Civil War and what it meant for a new conceptualization of the church with a particular form of nation that excluded large sectors. So I think it's more because I'm talking because of the countries that had civil wars precisely around this time, whether Finland, Spain, Greece. And so this is a different dynamic that has to be taken into account to understand what is going on today.
Thank you, Professor Casanova. The director speaking.
Yeah, I'm not the only director here. There are other persons who assume this kind of responsibilities. Anyway, thank you. Just to add something about the question raised by Father Vasilios Thermos, which is really crucial, why in the Orthodox context the fundamentalism has this ethnic or national characteristics, which is not supposed to be the case in other Christian traditions. I would add in support of Professor Casanova's argument that we do have similar phenomena in the cases of what we call collectivistic religions. For example, Croatian fundamentalism includes this national parameter, or Polish fundamentalism, Polish Catholic fundamentalism includes this kind of national characteristics, national parameters. But in all these cases, we have to do with the phenomenon of collectivistic religions. Unfortunately, this is the case also in many Orthodox settings, in many Orthodox countries. And this is actually at the core of our discussion about individual and community. Thank you.
The fundamentalist Jewish science.
Okay. Thank you very much for this remark, this reminding of fundamentalist and nationalist tendencies also in Roman Catholic. Maybe even in America, we have the fundamentalists who are very proud of being Americans. So we have this mixture also. So we would have time for one more question, but maybe the coffee is also calling. Okay, I think the coffee is calling. So thank you both very much for your inspiring lectures. Now we have our dialima for coffee. Great.
Okay, now I believe we can hear you. Okay. Ne? Would you please speak to us in order to check that is?
Yes, of course. Hello, everyone.
We hear you. Okay,
Great.
perfect.
Hello again. Welcome to the sixth session of our conference. I would like to invite our first speaker, who is Dr. Regina Elsner. Regina Elsner is a Catholic theologian. Since April 2023, holds the chair of Eastern Churches and Ecumenism at the Catholic Theological Faculty of the University of Münster. Before that, she worked as a researcher at the Center for East European and International Studies in Berlin, and as a project coordinator for Caritas Russia in St. Petersburg. In her research, she focuses on Orthodox social ethics and Orthodoxy in the post-Soviet space. Her latest book is the title of the book is The Russian Orthodox Church and Modernity. The topic of her presentation is community and individual in Russian Orthodox tradition. So, Regina, the floor is yours for 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. So let me first thank you very much for the possibility to participate online. I'm very sorry for being not able to be with you. I've seen already a lot of good friends, even only from the back, but I knew you. So I'm very sorry that I can't be with you because of health reasons, but I'm very happy about the opportunity to speak with you and to you anyway. I have a presentation for giving you the chance to follow a little bit better. And yes, I hope you can see it very well. I would also like to give me 2 minutes to comment on the last session. I think a lot of things very much speak to each other about what I will speak and about what the previous speakers told you. I have one thing I wanted to add in this round, and then decided to delay it to my 30 minutes, which I have. It was the question about why synodality is not working, although the churches very much try to give the impression that they are synodal and that it is a main asset of orthodoxy. And in the answer from Father Vasilios, I missed the aspect of male power structures. And I think, in fact, that this is quite a crucial thing in our days. And I think the participation of women is not a panacea, of course, for all our problems. But when we look at the Catholic Church, or also at Protestant churches, it seems to me that when churches started to include women in their synodal decision processes, these processes got more complicated, but they got also more synodal. And I think there is some kind of answer also in this aspect, and maybe we can have the possibility to talk about this later. So now to the Russian Orthodox Church. And I'm, of course, honored, but a little bit also humbled to speak about the Russian Orthodox tradition as a Catholic theologian and among your distinguished company of experts from the Orthodox tradition. So I also choose to take a little bit another account, not too much to go into the really, say, so hardcore theological debates about personalism and individualism. You have talked about this earlier, and we'll talk about this later. So my approach is, in fact, a little bit more socio-ethical and a little bit more historical to somehow grasp this huge church and all the problems which are connected to this church at the moment. I will start with some observations from my dissertation, from the book which was just introduced, also where I looked deeply into the development of the relationship between unity and plurality in Russian Orthodox tradition. And in fact, this is not, and I will say this a lot of times today, I think, this is not just an Orthodox and not just a Russian Orthodox conflict, but the conflict between unity and plurality is a core Christian conflict. And Christian history and Christian tradition developed, I think, in all contexts along these lines of negotiating and figuring out, dealing with unity and plurality, which we somehow have to connect. What was interesting for me in this research project about the Russian Orthodox Church was to see that the apophatic tradition in theology as a very special Orthodox thing is crucial in thinking about and looking at the development between those both points. So it is always in the church history and in history of theology, it is always some kind of grasping this tension between diversity and unity. And it is a lot in relation with thinking Trinity. So the theology of Trinity and the apophatic way of being convinced that we cannot say this concretely and definitely what it means. What does it mean in Trinity that we have diversity and unity? This has a really crucial effect on how we think about community and the individual. I have here a quote from Metropolite Filaret Vachome, who was the head of the Belarusian Orthodox Church for quite a long time and was very famous for theological conferences organized in Minsk at this time when he was the head of the church. And there was one conference about the individual in Kiev, in the Uspensky Chydeni, where some of you also participated in 2006. And there he talked about this connection between Trinity and the triune understanding of being in relation to the person. So he said, a triune being endowed with a perfect body, inspired by the richest range of emotions, animated by the creative breath of the Creator himself. What is a human being? So he connects very much, and we see this in all the theological thinking about the individual, about human beings. Theological anthropology almost always starts with Trinity. And I see in this Trinitarian approach, of course, a huge chance, also in the apophatic approach, because you always try to balance something that you cannot say in a definite answer. And this is very important when talking about humans. But it is, of course, also a challenge, because you always will have the negotiation within theology on which pole of this gamma you have to move with theology. What was also interesting to observe in my studies was that Russian, but maybe not only Russian Orthodoxy, puts a large emphasis on the special Orthodox movement, theological movement from the particular to the common, in contrast to alleged Western tendencies. So you always see in this theological development that Russian Orthodoxy, but maybe also other Orthodox theologies, do theology in contrast to. So they are very much working through other theologies and telling what they are not. And one of those things which is interesting here, and where also lies a huge potential, in my view, from Orthodox theology, is this movement from the particular to the common, so from person to unity, from the human being to God, called then in further development theosis. So this movement that the individual has the aim, so the goal, the aim is the common, is the unity, is the joint connection, and not the individual. It's the way to get over your individuality. So, and this is formed out from in contrast to Western tendencies, where we always are presented. So we Western theologians, or theology is presented as a theology of the falling being, so that we are going from the fallen being, human being, and its non-possibilities to overcome this falling situation. The question of unity and diversity, in my view, in this Russian approach also, but also in other approaches, is the question of ordering the world. So we have a very strong tension when we come from Trinity and looking from a Trinitarian theology on the world and on human being. We have a very strong tension between a hierarchical kind of ordering, so from the Christological point of view, and then the horizontal kind of ordering the world, which is connected to a pneumatological understanding of church and of world. The problem is, of course, that it is very hard, and some theologians would say that it is not allowed to transfer theological ideas to worldly matters. But nevertheless, we see the attempt in all theological history of the Russian Orthodox Church to somehow transfer this balancing, this theological thinking about Trinitarian relations and Trinitarian unity and diversity to political and social contexts. And there is, of course, some kind of potential and chance in it, because, as I said before, from this apophatic thinking, we have a very much an approach which tries to balance all the different kinds of extremes which may we meet in the world. But of course, it is also, we see also in this history, the huge problem which the Orthodox theology has, and not only the Orthodox theology has, with freedom. So, and freedom on different levels. It's of course the individual freedom, so the freedom of the person in relation to God and in relation to the community. But we also have a problem, we see a problem in this Russian Orthodox theological development with the freedom of a community in relation to the bigger community. And of course, we have a problem of the freedom of theology. So how free is theology to think through political and social situations and to answer to expectations from structures outside theology themselves. So I will say a few words about those three aspects of freedom and this problem of freedom, which seems to me the core problem in this balancing unity and or community and individuality. So the individual freedom. We have, and I won't say a lot here because you all know this, the human being is perceived as in the image and likeness of God, and this makes a lot of fundamentals and basis about thinking the individual, valuing the individual, giving him and her particular dignity, and so on. So this is the core, of course, theological paradigm. Then we have a very theocentric understanding of the way of humanity. So how humanity, how the individual has to move on in his life. And this is connected to the understanding of theosis. So coming nearer to God and becoming more equal and more alike to God. And in this development of asking how the individual in his relationship to God, what is his way, where is he moving to, the church comes in as the community of individuals on the way to God. So Christianity, of course, is in all denominations and all traditions a communal religion. It is a religion which you do not practice alone. You are always as an individual in communion, and the communion consists always of individuals and of individual ways to God. In this perception within is the presumption that the church as a community knows somehow better how to realize personal freedom. So the freedom in this theological understanding, how the individual has to exercise his freedom or her freedom, means that within the church, this can, or the only way to make this perfectly is within the church. The community of the church knows better how to exercise this freedom. This has a very positive effect because the church is understood as a spiritual community. So here we again have the pneumatological aspect. As a community of faithful, it is a safe space also in relation to collectivism, and we have seen this a lot of times in history. But you also, of course, have the negative side. You have the powerful institution of hierarchs, of male hierarchs, and this is, of course, an abusive space in relation to the individual. This power structures, the institutional church, is the negative side of the spiritual community, which we have on the positive side. And as everything is balancing between individuality and community, those both aspects also are both part of the same coin. And we can see in history a lot of times how it changes the balance. When we look at the Russian Orthodox tradition, which I was asked to do so, we can see how this balancing and how those processes between those extremes, I would say, how they are negotiated within the church and within theology. So in the 19th century, we have those very important and very well-known idea of sobornost. Sobornost is, in a very short note here only, it is a very highly discussed concept, and I won't go into deep now to make clear all the different aspects and dimensions of it. But what is interesting in this discussion about individual and community is that sobornost was an idea of keeping the community, so it has a clear priority to community, against randomness, so in the 19th century there was a lot of ideas about how the individual should live and how community should look like, and there were the Western influences and so on. And so Sobornost was developed as a concept, as a special way in Russian Orthodoxy, how to integrate the individual into the community, how to have this special and very spiritualized idea of a community where the individual is part as individual, but gives himself into this higher community. In the 20th century, we have those very interesting developments within the religious philosophy field, but also in theology, which I here called with the title of the book of my colleague Regula Zwalin, which you also, I think, are very aware of, The Revolutionary Image of God, which is very much an attempt to think individuality very valuing and in a very committed way, because the thinkers, the theologians behind these ideas, they tried to keep the individual, the person, against collectivist and the dehumanizing tendencies of their time. So we had capitalism, industrialism, you have those communist, Bolshevik attempts and so on. So theology, and we had a huge reform process within the church, and theology and religious philosophers tried very hard to safeguard the individual in all of these processes, because they understood that this is what Christianity at this moment of history can contribute to what is going on. In the 21st century, when we look at what the Russian Orthodox Church now is doing or has been done the last 40 years or more than 40 years, we have those two crucial documents, which I also just want to name here. It's the Basis of the Social Concept from 2000 and the Teaching about Human Dignity, Freedom and Rights from 2008. And in those documents, we see very clearly that it is not the first, it's not the idea of Sobornost, and it's not the idea of keeping, safeguarding and making the individual strong in times where we have a huge atomization, a huge singularization in society. But what we see in those documents is a weaponizing the community against individual freedom. So a total movement into one of the extreme sides in this permanent relationship. So the community is weaponized. The community is something which has to be fought for, and the community will fight for, and will fight not so much for something, but against the commitment to individual freedom, to individuals somehow exercising their freedom outside, but also inside the church. Then I come to the second point, the problem of freedom of a community. And here, the historical experience of the Russian Orthodox Church is, of course, very important. So we have a subordination of the church to the state throughout almost all the centuries the church existed, especially, of course, during the synodal period since the 18th century, then the revolutions in the beginning of the 20th century, and of course the Soviet Union, where the church was also subordinated to the church, to the state permanently. So we have a very hard pressure, a historical experience of pressure against the church as an institution. But the question which remains, and which we still, I think, have no answer, and we now see that this problem is growing, is this also an ecclesiological problem? Or is it just an institutional problem? And we have seen a lot during those times in the Russian Orthodox history that the church, of course, perceives this pressure as a huge problem for institutional structural questions. But it never answered to the question if the mission and the community of the church is really under threat when the institution is questioned. So I, of course, somehow relate to also the work of Kirill Havarun at this place about his idea of the scaffolds, of the structures of the church being scaffolds of the church. And we see now very much that this unanswered question, what the church is if it not has this particular structure and institution, plays out a lot in our times now. So we see that the church is only recurring to its institutional safeguarding. Safeguarding the structures is a priority rather than safeguarding community, also community as a spiritual home, and of course to the individuals. But also here again, the note that this counts not only for the Russian Orthodox Church, but we have this problem also in other churches. Freedom of religion. In this context, I would like just to drop in, because it is also important to understand the actual situation, the current situation with the Russian Orthodox Church. Freedom of religion in this dimension is, of course, also not the freedom of a person, but it is the right of the institution. So everything tries to somehow safeguard the institution, not the individual, claiming to save the community. but this linkage is not definite. I perceive it like this. So we had three historical moments in this concern. So the capitalist, the industrial turn at the beginning of the 20th century, where the church was defended against collectivist claims, including the idea of defending individual rights. Then we have the Soviet turn, where the church was defended against the state, of course, but excluding, interestingly, the idea of individual rights. So the church was not advocating individual rights during Soviet Union as an institution. And then we have the secular turn, where the church is defending, the Russian Orthodox Church is defending itself, its structures against individual rights. Some words finally to the freedom of theology. So theology, in my perception, is the linkage between the church and the world. So theology thinks through society from God's perspective, from the theological, the religious perspective. It had a faith-based freedom in relation to the world and what is going on in the world. And from the other side, theology is thinking through God from the world's perspective. So we have this academic freedom in the best case. Of course, we all know that not all theologians and not all theological research is free in an academic sense. But the question is, of course, what is the relation to the church? Is theology free in relation to the church? Is it instrumental? Is it serving to the church? So this question is open in this and is discussed and is negotiated again within each church. In the 19th century in Russia, we see the longing for reforms in the society and in church. We have a free religious philosophy very strongly, but we have also a searching theology and a searching church, which are quite open, at least at the end of the 19th century. In the 20th century, we have persecution, we have appropriation of the church in political aims. So theology gets instrumental in Russia for the collaborating institution. It has to give theological legitimation for what is going on in the society. But we have also an independent exile theology, which we should not forget because it was very influential. In the 21st century Russia, we see that the ideology of state and church in Russia merged, and the theology is serving autocracy. We have a very marginalized exile theology. We have a lot of theologians which had to move out of Russia to somehow stay alive, in fact. And this has no further connection with the church, in fact. So the church just uses theology which is done in Russia in serving the autocratic system. The problem here is that for centuries in Russia, free theology has only existed outside of the church. There is only conflicting or repellent effects between theology and the church. Coming to the end, the first thing I would like to say is what we see from the Russian case is how important is contextualization. So we have a major impact. We have everything which you have in other Orthodox and other Christian tradition in thinking about individual and community, you have also in the Russian tradition. But then you have a political and a social context which makes this there's a mistake, this theological ambiguous thought, which is able to move in one or the other direction in this discourse, is very much determined and shaped by the political and social context. There is no theology, not also the Russian Orthodox theology or tradition, which is per se individualistic or collectivist. We should very much be aware that we not make one church essentially individualistic or collectivist. We all have those traditions, and we are all very much dependent on our civil societies, which was also discussed before. The Russian Orthodox paradigm is, as other Orthodox paradigms, very much shaped by the strong relation to the church, to the state. And we have to talk about this more, I think, because this is very much shaping what theology is doing. But what we see in Russia is very much that orthodoxy is without any revolutionary or dissenting tradition in advocacy for individual rights or freedoms. We have only the priority of community and of serving community, of contributing to community. We have no tradition at any point of the history apart from those 20th century ideas of Bulgakov and so on, for advocacy for individual rights and freedoms. And this is, of course, playing out very much at the situation. The conclusions from the Russian case I would make is, as long as the individual is no relevant political subject, theology is not concerned with it. And it would be interesting to discuss this also with other Christian traditions. Do the churches started to be bothered by the individual before politics or society pressured the church to somehow get a deal with it? In the moment when the individual becomes a subject or an object of the political or the public discourse, the sense of safeguarding the structures of community prevails. This is also what we see in Russian case, but it seems to be that we also see it in other churches, also in my own Catholic church very much. So the theological priority to community, which we see, has been and is still easily to be used by political power games within the church, but without the church too. And we see this in those examples which are very clear before our eyes. It's Russia, of course, where the state very much and power games within the church very much use this priority to community, which has developed over centuries. We see it in Ukraine also in the situation between the Orthodox churches there. We see it in Belarus, of course, we see it in Serbia, but we see it also in Rome. We see it also with the new Christian right. And I would also strongly support José's answer to the last question in the last panel about nationalism in Catholic churches, because we have those problems very much too. And the only way, my last sentence, to counter this appropriation of this priority to community, which we have and which we have not clearly worked out through the history of Orthodox theology, is a strict theological commitment to human dignity in all social contexts. So as long as we don't see in Russian Orthodoxy, for my case no, but I think it applies also to other contexts, as long as we don't see a very, very outspoken theological commitment to the human dignity, which is not questioned in any way when we talk about sinfulness or something else, but we need those commitment to human dignity. It is the only chance to make yourself immune against the collectivist appropriation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Regina Elstner, for your critical and historical overview of the Russian perception on the topic of the relation between community and individual. We have around 15 minutes or more, perhaps, for questions. Professor Casanova.
Thank you, Regina, for this very, very, I would say, nuanced and balanced analysis of the theological debates within the Russian Orthodox Church, and also for the emphasis on contextualization. But this is one contextualization which I miss, and is the imperial contextualization. The fact that the Russian Orthodox Church was not only the church of the Russian nation, but the church of the Russian Empire. They denied Ukrainians in the 19th century the right to their language already in the 19th century throughout, and didn't allow them to use the language in church. And of course, the church that through the Soviet Union very much welcomed the persecution of the other churches in Ukraine and has never asked for forgiveness for the repression of the other churches, the Greek Catholics and the Ukrainian Orthodox. And a church that basically has moved from being the church of Imperial Russia to then the church of the Soviet Union under Stalin after World War II, the patriotic church, and then the church of the attempt to reconstitute the Russian Empire. And even within the Russian Federation, obviously, the position of the Russian church is very problematic as the Slavic national Russian church. So, I mean, this is the real issue, not the internal theological debates, but this is the real issue, the institutional reality of the Russian church.
Yes, of course, if I may. I totally agree. What I was aiming to do today was a little bit showing the lines and trying to focus on the theological aspects, because of course we can talk a lot about those very strong connections with the imperial state and with the imperial idea of the Russian Orthodox Church, which is really as you said, which is a major historical line which we see and which is now very much active in what we are seeing, what Russia and what the Russian Orthodox Church is doing. The focus here was another one, but you could add, of course, in other historical moments too. We can even start earlier, but what was my intention was to show that also the connection to imperialism and to the empire is a decision of a church hierarchy, a deliberate decision in the course of history to align with this empire and this idea of a community of an empire, although there always have been other theological ideas which would have and could have prevented this strong connection. So I'm just a little bit trying to show that theology has always some other aspects and other possibilities. But as I said, the freedom of theology in this concern has been, of course, in Russia marginalized for centuries. So you don't have this corrective, maybe, function or effect which theology could have had, because you have in Christian theology tradition in all churches, we all have those points in history where we could have gone this way, and some churches did, but then had to go back. So yeah.
Any other question? Professor Grossmans?
Thank you. First, I have a private question to you. Are you now proper installed as professor?
No, I'm still waiting for the Vatican's approval for being a professor.
This I wanted to know. I'm
Yes.
sorry that I cannot congratulate you. So sorry. I thought we can drink on this here.
I think we will have. So if anyone has the proper connections to the Vatican, I will be happy if you use it. But I think we have to drink on this occasion.
Yes.
Next time, maybe next year. Yeah.
So now beyond this, I'm sorry that I made this public, but I was curious about. I have now a question to theology. Thank you for addressing this also freedom of theology, this topic. My tradition, theology is actually church directing, but I don't want to go into that. The problem perhaps of freedom of theology in the Orthodox traditions is that as far as, if I do understand right, that the liturgy is the true theology. So this is a communal practice. And so there is not a kind of theology which is, say, a reflection, say, on whatever issues beyond, say, the liturgy. Or if this is done, then it has no effect, say, on the true theology. So perhaps you could comment on this say, binding also in the style and so on of the true way of doing theology, this relation, say, to the liturgy. I would be interested. And a small comment on the last issue you raised, theological commitment to human dignity. This is surely always true, but human dignity is a very wide term, also precise. In this Orthodox paper for the life of the world, which we had addressed here once in a while already, there are 3 or 4 pages written, say, on human rights in a very differentiated way. So I wonder if it's really helpful only to have theological commitment to human dignity, if one wants really to emphasize, say, the human rights in the sense of rights of individuals against the many obligations which we have to the communities in which we exist. I mean, in Germany, for example, human rights are 20 paragraphs, and I have to follow 2,000 paragraphs in whatever kind of laws. So it's only a very small part which saves me a bit of space. So therefore, for the safe spacing of my decisions, my self-responsibility, I'm not so sure if it's the term human dignity is, in a sense, really helpful. I mean, it's not wrong, but I mean, not helpful, perhaps.
Thank you very much for the questions. So about the relationship between theology and liturgy, I think you have the perfect partners to talk about this in your room, and I won't dare to tell before such an audience my view of this. I can only add, maybe because we are, I think, on the same side of looking at this, that I have been struggling in my research very much with my Russian partners and Russian theology, which of course, always told me that what I'm doing is not theology, and that theology is praying and is being in liturgy and being in the liturgical communion, and this is the way to go to understand how the church is functioning and how the church is living. And that what we are doing is not theology. Even more, of course, the socio-ethical approach is for a lot of people is not perceived as theological. But I would say that it is not helpful, from my point of view, to isolate somehow liturgy from the theological discourse. And I don't think that this is really happening, because you have the theological discourse also in Orthodoxy and in Russian Orthodoxy too. And it, of course, has no direct impact on the liturgy as we have it sometimes in our way, that liturgical texts are changed randomly because theology has some new insight in something, and then we start to change texts and start to change structures of liturgy and so on. So this is, of course, not happening. But for the Russian case, we very much now are witnesses of a very strong impact on liturgy. Maybe you know about the case, about the prayer which Patriarch Kirill introduced, and parishes had to apply it, and they were controlled. There were spies looking at how is the prayer really prayed, about the victory of the Russian army in this war. And priests who do not comply and who do change or do not pray this prayer are fined. And we had yesterday the case of the priest Johann Kowal, who is defrocked now because he changed the word victory to the word peace in this prayer. So of course there is a connection, and liturgy is not just being saved and somehow in a vacuum of what is going on around. But the connection between theology and liturgy and how they both impact each other, this is a very important question, and I think you should discuss this in Volos with the Orthodox colleagues, which are much more aware about the nuances, how both are interconnected and which role they play. About the human dignity, of course, this is only one aspect, but what becomes clear from what I want to say here is, with this term of human dignity, is that for the Russian case, we see that the lacking of a proper engagement with human dignity is one of the reasons why we have this appropriation of the communal understanding of the church. So there is no how to say, there is no keine Impfung, no vaccination against being appropriated in collectivist context, into this church, into this empire thinking, imperial thinking about the great Russian nation and so on. The church has nothing to set against this, and this is directly connected that they lacked to engage with human dignity, and they engaged, but then said this is not the way our Orthodox tradition is going and how we are working. And so this is where I come from, where the human dignity discourse would be very crucial to somehow counter those collectivist ideas. But the other thing that you now talked about, and which is of course very important, is a commitment to the rule of law. And this would open a whole new discussion, I think, how Orthodoxy is thinking about the rule of law and how it is implementing or not implementing or debating it and so on, because of course this is a very important fact, that human dignity and the human freedom and individual freedom is very much connected to an understanding of law, which is very particular in our democratic context, but also not always working, of course. But this connection with law would be, I think, a very important second aspect in this debate.
Yeah, Professor Katan.
Hello, Regina. Nice to see you again, and many thanks for your insightful thoughts. I would like to address once more the issue of theological freedom. I suppose you are aware of a guy, of a university professor whose name was Anton Kartashov or Anton Kartashev. He, well, at the very beginning, he was, I think, a historian of the Russian Church, but he used also in the 30s to teach Old Testament in Saint-Serge in Paris. And in 1936, in this well-known international conference, the first international conference for Orthodox theology, which took place in Athens at that time, he wrote a text which unfortunately has passed unnoticed. Kartashov used to write in Russian. This is why he has been ill received by other, even Orthodox, but also by Western theologians. But that text, he wrote it in German in order to be much more understandable. At that time, many Orthodox thinkers and theologians used to write in German. What's really worth considering and intriguing about this text, it is about theological freedom. And he uses the concept of sobornost, not in order to weaponize the community against the individual or individualistic claims, but in order to make sense of theological freedom, in order to give a positive appraisal of theological freedom. And he says, if I remember well, sobornost protects theological freedom because it is something, because theological truth is not pronounced by a magisterium, but it is something we grow after, we seek within the community, within this sobornost community. Do you see any attempts in current Orthodox theology to appropriate or to receive such an approach to sobornost? I think it's interesting because it's another, well, I would say not another interpretation of sobornost, but it is another way of making sense of sobornost in order to consolidate theological freedom.
Yes, I would totally agree with you. Thank you for this remembering us of those also of those theologians like Kartashov who were very important and very prophetic in the way they did theology. The problem of sobornost in all due short consistency now here is that we have a huge history of reception, also of wrong reception of the first ideas of this concept. So when Chomyakov and some others started to think about what sobornost could be, and not using this term, even as we all know, Chomyakov never used the term sobornost, they had very different things in mind and other things than what we received then in the aftermath, also in the Slavophile movement and so on. So there is a huge history of reception which has to be studied very, very seriously. And we see this, for example, during the beginning of the 20th century, where Kartashov also came from, in the context of the council, of the local council in Moscow, which was very much debating how sobornost could be understood in such a way that it is not hierarchical oriented. It was and Chomyakov was very critical of any hierarchy. He was very much into this communal deciding and coming with the help of the Holy Spirit, coming to a common understanding of what the churches and what Christians should do in this world. So it was very critical of hierarchy. And this is what Kartashov took up, and this is what during the council was taken up, but what was then ended very radically through the revolution and through the Bolshevist pressure, and then the reaction of the hierarchy to somehow safeguard the church again as structure and not those communal understandings. What is happening now? So we have those ideas going on in the 20th century exile theology. And now I would draw attention to the project which is conducted at the University of Tartu with Irina Pert and Andrei Shishkov, which is called Orthodoxy as Solidarity, a research project, where they try to somehow also make those understanding of sobornost fruitful for our days. And they try to somehow get back to those ideas of a even democratic understanding of how the church community can come to terms with what is going on. And theology and free theology is, of course, a very important aspect in this. So I would look at this direction at the moment. It's the only place, I think, at the moment where some theologians are really seriously concerned with the idea of sobornost and its potential for the modern theology.
Any other question? If not, I would like to ask again a question regarding Bulgakov. You mentioned Bulgakov at some point of your presentation. In the context of the revival of the interest on Bulgakov philosophical theological thought in especially the English-speaking world, do you see any possibility for Bulgakov to exercise any influence on the current Russian perception of the tension between individual and community, because Bulgakov prioritized the individual over the collectivistic understanding of the discussion. So do you think that there is a chance for exercising a positive influence on this regard, in this regard? At the same time, is there any real interest in Russia today for Bulgakov theological and philosophical thought?
Those both questions are very much connected, of course. So the second I would answer no, and then to the first one I would also answer no, in fact. Because yes, there is a huge interest in Bulgakov at the moment, especially in the Northern American context. I think there are a lot of translations done, and very good translations. We have this huge project at the University of Fribourg where Rigola Zwalin is doing the translations and the comments, and it's really fascinating how on every actual discussion, even on Twitter, she is able to put a quote from Bulgakov, a very fitting. So she's a really expert in this context. But we don't see this interest at all in Russia and in Russian theology. And one of the problems in this context is, of course, that Bulgakov, as other theologians too, or theologians, people who thought theologically about the church, are not perceived as theologians from the Russian Orthodox Church or in Russian Orthodox theology. They are perceived as religious philosophers. And so they have no authority in the theological debate. When we look at what is taught at academies and seminaries and so on, what is written in the handbooks for students and so on. So there Bulgakov plays no role at all, in fact. Maybe a little bit in the context of the council, where he was one, in the local council 1917-18, where he was one of the persons who supported the coming back of the patriarchy, and who was very much near with Patriarch Tikhon then. So there he plays a role, and there he is received in the Russian context at the moment. But his philosophical or anthropological ideas are perceived as religious philosophy, and therefore it is intellectual history, but it has no impact on the theological debate.
Okay,
and it is, of course, sorry, if I just to add, Bulgakov, of course, for the Russian Orthodox Church, for the official church, is a part of the Western influenced degradation of Russian Orthodox theology. This is so in their discussion about West and East, and what is true Russian theology and true Russian Orthodoxy, they are no part of all of this because they are somehow Western influenced.
Your last point was very, very important, because I wasn't aware that Bulgakov is considered as a kind of Western influence for the current Russian church.
Yeah, in these questions, in these debates about what theological ideas to take up, the most of these ideas he developed already in exile. So when he was in Russia still and was part of the council and was part of the debates about patriarchy and how the church and state should relate to each other, there he plays a role. But the anthropological thinking, which he developed then very much after already leaving Russia, was in the Western. So for Russian official church, this is a sign for that he was somehow captured and somehow did not go on with proper Russian theology.
Let's thank.
If I may.
Yes.
Yes, the idea of sobornos, of course, was the central idea of the attempt to develop a Ukrainian Orthodox Church during the Bolshevik Revolution. And this was precisely, you could say, the attempt to have a truly synodal church, basically run by the laity, because no Russian bishop would dare to accept this synodality of the Orthodox people of God. which was so in this respect has been central to Ukrainian Orthodoxy, probably and more seriously than to Russian Orthodoxy.
So let's thank Professor Elsner for her presentation, and now move to our second speaker, who is Professor Marko Vekovic. Marko Vekovic is Associate Professor of Religion and Politics at the University of Belgrade at the Faculty of Political Science. His area of expertise is religion and politics, with a particular focus on the political behavior of Orthodox Christian churches in Eastern Europe. Marko has been appointed as a visiting scholar at Temple University, at Columbia University. He was also a postdoc scholar at the University of Erfurt the previous years. His most recent work includes an essay at the Handbook of Religion, Politics, and Ideology entitled Russia, Orthodox Christianity. The topic that he will reflect on is the Orthodox Christian wave of democratization, Greece, Serbia, and Russia. Professor Vekovic, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. So I should point this at you.
Yeah. You have to direct it to.
All right, it's working. All right, thank you so much. So, just before I say a couple of things about my topic today, I would like to emphasize that I know that it's not always easy to talk at the final day of a conference, because the bar of expectation is super high now. Yeah, at the same time, I would like to say sorry because of my bad English, although I'm quite sure that we are going to understand each other here. And finally, it goes without saying that I would like to thank to all the people from the Volos for inviting me to be a part of this conference. This is my first time here, and I hope that we are going to see each other again in the future. Okay, so my presentation is a typical political science presentation, and we don't do a half an hour. We go with the 15 minutes. So I will try to somewhere go between 15 and 25 minutes. But as you will see, I put this sticker here on my first slide, because I always feel when I'm attending theological conferences that I'm somehow an intruder, and that is why I do have some funny anecdote that I will like to share with you, because political scientists, we are at our best when we are supposed to analyze political processes, political institutions, or a civil society, and so on. But as Jose Casanovas said in his talk, we are now in deep waters of theology, and when we are in deep waters of theology, a political scientist could easily drown in those deep waters. So my funny anecdote is about all that story between theology and the political sciences, because at the time, just before COVID started, I was a part of a conference in Albania, and I talked for like half an hour on the importance of the separation between a church and state in Serbia. And after that, an Orthodox priest said to me that I don't know anything, because the church and the state are as a soul and a body, and you are not able to make a separation between a soul and a body. For a political scientist, that sort of argument is quite, I don't know, interesting at least. So what I wanted to do here is in my first part, I want to explain you on what I'm actually doing. So I think for the past 15 years or something like that, I think that one of the most important books published in the field of social sciences is explaining social behavior by Jon Elster, and Jon Elster is arguing that the simple goal of any social sciences is to explain a social behavior. If you see that book from the perspective of a political scientist, I will argue that the one of the most important goals of a political scientist is to explain a political behavior. So it means that you can either go and explain individual political behavior, or you can try to understand how different institutions like doing in their spheres. And when you put a church here and God, it means that in the US, scholars are super much interested in how religiosity and different religious affiliation can influence different political behavior. But I am specifically interested on how we could explain different political behavior of religious institutions, or specifically how we can explain different political behavior of Orthodox Christian churches. So I will just hop on my command. This is working. Yeah. So I think that the whole field of explaining political behavior using a religion could be seen from this graph from Daniel Philpott, who introduced the concept of the political ambivalence of a religion. It means that every single religious actor has a potential to act politically, but it will depend on different factors on what specific activities they will be focused. So and Philpott is arguing that these are the political theology. Yeah, it is a set of ideas that one actor has about what constitutes a just social order or a just political order, and on the other side, these are the institutions. And even though you could think that these two factors are independent, there is actually an interesting thing going on in between. It meaning that changes in political theology can influence the changes on the institutions, and the vice versa. Okay, so then means that if we do have a religious actor here, or Orthodox Christian church, it means that it's a political activity will actually be based on the political theology and the institutional relationship with the state, and also other factors. And that is why I am actually here, because there is a big field in the field of religion and politics. It is the field of religion and democracy. So you can in that field you can do actually like two things. On one side, you can focus on political compatibility between a religion and democracy. And I think that the whole discussion in that field ended with Alfred Stepan and his seminal paper on the twin toleration, and he argued that in that field you can easily do cherry picking. Yeah, so it means the cherry picking would mean that every single religious tradition has a potential to support the idea of the democracy, and he actually calls and he actually calls that multi-vocality of a religion. On the other side, you can try to explain the roles of religious actors in the democratization processes in the world, and that was done. The super influential work in the field was done by Samuel Huntington, and he argued actually what he actually argued. I will just try to go back. I think that Huntington argued that it was the changes in the political theology at the Second Vatican Council that influenced the changes in the institutional relationship between the state and the Catholic Church in the world, and that was a part which influenced the specific political behavior of the Catholic Church in the third wave of democratization. And people are usually, for example, Philpott as well. I don't know how to use this one, obviously. I'm sorry, Taylor. Come on. All right. Sorry. Can you? Yep. Yeah. That one. So the people are calling this a wave of democratization as a Catholic wave. So if you try to put Orthodox Christianity in the whole picture, authors usually tend to say that the orthodoxy is an obstacle for imposing democracy in a society alongside with Islam and the Confucianism. However, I don't think this is the case, because we should. Can you please hop on? Yeah, I think also this book has a significant impact on my work. It is God's Century by Monica Toft, Daniel Philpott, and Timothy Shash, and they argued that between 1972 and 2009, there were 78. You will see here 78 cases of democratization in the world, and in 30 of them, different religious actors played a significant role. However, it does not mean that the outcome of the process was solely dependent on religion. It wasn't, because the whole process is, of course, under the influence of different factors, including GDP, education, influence from abroad, and so on and so on. But what was interesting is that their study actually found that there are 4 roles that a religious actor can play in the whole process, and it starts with a leading actor and ends with an actor which is against the imposition of the democratic political system. And what was interesting, they actually labeled the Serbian Orthodox Church as a leading actor of democratization in Serbia. I was completely shocked, because that was against most of the things that I found. And if we can, yeah, hop on the other slide, and that is why I think Pantelis sent me that email calling me or inviting me to be a part of this conference, because what he wanted me to do is to talk about this book on the democratization in Christian Orthodox Europe, comparing Greece, Serbia, and obviously Russia. And when I was doing that, I actually found that the whole wave of democratization in Eastern Europe or in the dominant Orthodox Christian country was not the same in comparison to the Catholic wave, because of at least two most important factors. I think those are the communist heritage or the communist impact, and the fact that the Orthodox Christian countries has a dominant religious actor. So my idea was that the Orthodox Christian churches played a role in the whole process, and I was struck to find out that their roles were completely different. Their roles in Greece, Serbia, and Russia were completely different. So what I was actually using from that, and I know it will trigger a lot of you. I don't think that the political behavior of the Orthodox Christian churches in the democratization processes was dependent on theology. I don't think so. On the other side, I think it was the most important part was the institution and the influence of the state in the matters of the church, because for a church to be an active part of a process, it has to be autonomous. It doesn't have to. It shouldn't be under the influence of the state. So it should be independent. And what I was actually trying to do, I tried to explore how different church-state relations influenced the different political behavior of these three churches. As a political scientist, I always say that the context matters. Yeah, the specific political and the historical context is important for explaining political processes. I also explored how a type of regime, which was before the process started, influenced the political behavior of the churches, because obviously it isn't the same for a church to be actively engaged in a system which is completely controlled by a junta, as it was in Greece, and the system in Russia, which was quite different until the fall of communism, until that in famous law in 1997, and then you'll have Putin and everything changes. So it means that we should always keep an eye on what a type of a regime was prior to the democratization of a country. And finally, I was eager to find out how different initiators of the process, how it can influence the church. And I also think I found out solid arguments that all four of these factors are important for all of us in order to try to understand political behavior of the churches. So, and I have a super confusing conclusion here. I'm trying to. Yes, we need to go on the yeah. So this is Greece, Serbia, and obviously Russia, and these are the types of roles that these churches had in the democratization processes in their countries. And of course, as Alfred Stepan argued for that taboo topic, which is as far as I know, it is a taboo topic to talk about a junta and the church, and because the church was under complete control of the junta, and you cannot expect a church to be actively engaged in opposing that sort of a system, but at the same time, it means that the Church of Greece didn't have anything against imposing of democracy in 1974. Yeah, and Serbia, of course, is an interesting example because the Serbian Orthodox Church under the Patriarch of Pavle, it has a specific relationship with Slobodan, like Milošević, yeah, who was a dictator, and he was a communist, and he didn't care about the church, and that is why I would argue that in Serbia, specifically in the context of Serbia, there was a slight conflict between the church and the communist and the communist governance, but the whole problem with the church in Serbia is that after the fall of Slobodan Milošević, political elites in Serbia, they had a chance to move away the Serbian Orthodox Church into a civil society, but they did exactly the opposite. They tried to use a church as an instrument of their political power. Yeah, and finally, as I think it's said before, as I said before, in Russia, I think everything changes in the year 1997 with the imposition of the law on religious freedom, which changes the institutional relationship between the church and the state. And in the post-Putin era, you will see a clear marks of how Putin is trying to use the church for his own purposes, and most of them are imperial. Yeah, and I think I said here as an instrument of the soft power, and you can easily see that in the Balkans, for example, where the Russian influence is usually seen as an influence of the churches, where of the church, and that is why I have labeled the Russian Orthodox Church as an actor which is going against the whole democratization of the society. Although we should always emphasize, and I will end with that, in every church, the church isn't a single element where everybody thinks the same. No, you will always have some sort of bishops or priests who are against the official politics, and this is exactly what we are having in Serbia as we speak. Because I think I talked with a bunch of you here, where the state is using the church to cut off ties with every single professor from the Faculty of Orthodox Christian Theology in Belgrade, and they are not allowed to teach anything which goes against the state politics. So at the end, of course, I think theology is super important, but I will also say that there is an at least equally important actor is the state, or the politics, and how the state is using the church for its own political purposes. All right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vekovic, for this insightful and informative presentation. There is enough time now for questions. Professor Casanova.
Thank you, Marco, for this very, I think, very rich and very convincing presentation. I only have one brief critical comment and one addition to your typology, which will be Ukraine, the fourth type, namely that I would not have used Jan Elster as the model of explaining social action. The very title turns me off. The very term of social behavior is very problematic. And as you saw from Philpott doesn't use social behavior, use social action. And most people dealing with these issues use social action, not social behavior, because of the background of behaviorism and psychology and in the explanation of human anthropology, if you wish. The comment is basically that I was very convinced by the typologies of the free rider, leading actor, and then resistor. The second type was precisely supporting actor, and this is the role of not the church, because there is not one church. This is precisely why it could play such a role, but the many churches and then denominations, and the role was not in supporting one particular form of state, but in supporting the development of a pluralist civil society that then really has the effect on democratization. So it is indirectly, but it's a key role that many religious denominations play in the development of a pluralist civil society that then leads to democratization. So in this respect, I think that the typology makes sense. And so you have, next time you add Ukraine as the fourth type, and you will have a full model.
All right. Thank you so much. But I should say that the typology isn't mine. But we can. Yeah.
They wrote the book, very involved in this book. When they wrote it, the three of them were working together.
Yeah, I know that.
Next question, please. No one else? Professor Groskens.
I have only a small question, because you said when you learned from this report or from the book that in Serbia, the Orthodox Church was an active promoter of democratization, you said you were shocked. But now you have also in you're saying it's a leading actor. So did you change your mind, or the shock was? I thought you were shocked because you think by observation you could not see that the church was contributing to democratization. Did you find out that your first shock was wrong?
Well, actually, I did not, because the Philpott and Toft and Shash, they obviously for every single role they will give you a list of indicators. If a church did X, so it means it will be excellent. All right. But I was shocked because when we're talking about the post-communist Serbia, all those pictures that I had in my mind was the Orthodox priests on the tanks and Orthodox priests with the firearm being a part of a civil war in Bosnia, obviously. Yeah. So, but if you only focus on Serbia, and because a church, as every other organization of a civil society, obviously has its own interests. So if you look at it from that angle, the Serbian Orthodox Church and the Patriarch Pavle specifically, they asked from Slobodan Milošević only two things. The property, which was taken by the communists, the property, and the introduction of religious education in schools. And Slobodan Milošević never ever send a letter back. So yeah, so my impression is that he was completely anti-church, and also there is an interesting story about him visiting Greece, and after that he was at the Mount Athos. Yeah, he was at the Mount Athos, and as soon as he left, the bishops and the priests, they cleaned every place like where he stepped, because he was in their eyes he was only a communist. Yeah, he was a communist, and he was nothing else. Yeah, but sorry now, but that is why I would put so much emphasis on the context. So the political behavior in Serbia was quite the opposite of the political behavior or activities of the Serbian Orthodox Church in Bosnia. Completely different, but because of, I think that the political elites, including Karadzic and Mladic and so on, they try to use the church for their own political purposes, and they did whatever the church asked them to do, whatever the church asked them to do. And if you look Serbia or the Balkans today, it is almost the same, because Serbian Orthodox Church has a completely different position in Serbia than in Crna Gora, yeah, or in Montenegro, because of the whole context. And that is why I'm arguing that it has a lot to do with politics and not so much about theology. And I'm sorry for if this is offensive to any one of you.
Yeah. Professor,
sorry.
Raise your hand.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your interesting perspective. And I have a question. When focusing on the institution and what is very important, do you think that theology does not play any role at all when it comes to action, so that it's only always instrumentalized? And do you think that there could be any possibility that theological thinking would in future times plays a role in acting differently to the political, to change politics?
Well, that is an excellent question, but are you asking specifically on the Orthodox Christian churches or on a religion as such? Because, for example, if you take a look at the ISIS has a clear political theology, which was a driving force of their actions. So, and if we only focus on the Orthodox Christianity, I do actually think that the theology is important for them, but it will be super important only if a church is independent from the state. Only if, and then it will be a part of a civil society. And I think that in a civil society where we are all equals, we are all independent, I think then at that point that the theology will be the most important thing. But to be quite honest, at least a story from Serbia, I don't see that happening soon.
Professor Kalatzidis.
Yeah, thank you, dear Marco, for this very insightful presentation on this comparative study. I would like to ask you a question and then make one remark. My question is related to the person and the heritage of the late Father Bigovic, Radovan Bigovic. I would like to, could you please map or situate his contribution to this democratization process? Because he founded an NGO, I think the Christian Cultural Center. He was cooperating with the Adenauer Foundation towards the democratization process. So, and also, what is the what is still remain from his vision, from his action? That's regarding Father Bigovic. I think he died in 2012, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, something like that, and he was a dean of the faculty.
Yeah, dean of the Faculty of Theology of Belgrade. That's my question. And also a remark regarding all this question of churches related to the state, and I will just refer to the Greek case. And I don't know if you are aware of a paradox, because just now in our discussion, and you refer to a church which is independent from the state. So in the Greek case, the paradox is that if our church, which is a kind of quite conservative church, if our church respects democratic rules and how to say, has a more or less moderate position towards the democratization process and modern challenges, it is paradoxically because of its close relationship with the state. The Orthodox Church of Greece, because it's part of the, not only of the public domain, of the public sphere, but because it's part of the state domain, has to respect European rules, European norms, and has to respect some, democratic principles. And so we cannot, with the exception of one or two bishops, we don't have bishops in Greece who, articulate a kind of extremist discourse, because they have to respect. So there is a paradox that we don't have an independent church. We have a church which is very, very much, very close to the state. But because of this closeness with the state, it respects democratic rules. So how do you comment this?
Well, it depends on the type of a state, because I will just give you the counter argument. Putin is also having a church which is close to a state, but his politics isn't democratic one. It is quite the opposite. So I think when a state is trying to hold its hands on a church, it is trying to control it. But also in the field of political sciences, when we argue that the church and the state has to be separated, we don't only think about the constitutions and the laws. There is a guy in Israel, his name is Jonathan Fox, and he's trying to measure the influence of the state on the church and the vice versa. And he has that index. It's called the government involvement in religion. So it can be quite useful for all of us, because it tells us that it doesn't matter what it stands in a constitution. For example, in England, you will have a state church, but it doesn't mean that there is a great influence on other people in a society. I don't know if this makes sense, but I think that Rosa.
I may add something.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that the difference is democratization, which is what you were analyzing, versus once democracy is consolidated.
Yeah.
So if you have consolidated democracies, then of course, then the state is the one if it's a democratic state, and exactly. So it is the question is on the face of what called transition to democracy versus already consolidated democracy. Consolidated democracy is not only England, the Scandinavian churches are all state or were until Sweden the year 2000, but all of them are state churches, but those are consolidated democratic states, and therefore this is not again, and the Jonathan Fox characteristics, they appear as very different churches than others. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said, with the exception of Sweden.
And I'm sorry, I will just make a brief comment on the influence of Professor Trzebigovic. He actually published that book, Church and the Society. I think it is available in English too. But what he's talking, actually, he's talking that we need to situate the church in the civil society, and then it will be independent of the state, and then it can make a significant contribution to the society as a whole. But you should also know that even though Serbia is considered as partly a free state, it isn't a free, and it isn't a consolidated democracy. So it is a country which is still in a transition, in a political transition, and I think that the church plays a significant role in that process. And I told you that when we are talking about politics, it is interesting.
Is there any other question? If not, let's congratulate again Professor Vikovic and Professor Esner for their presentations. Before closing this sixth session, I would like to invite Professor Grosskans. I would like to invite you all for the following sub-session, which where Professor Grosskans and myself will try to inform you about the resilience research infrastructure, to give you some ideas and some information. Yeah. Professor Grosskans will give you a general overview of what is resilience, what is the benefit of resilience for young researchers and for all of you. And then myself, I will try to give you some information about a TNA scholarship that resilience provides to junior and senior scholars.
Yeah, I take you now to something fully different. It's to academic politics, one could say, research politics. Resilience is an acronym, it's a fake. So you should not think about your inner sustainability or something like this. It's actually abbreviation from a longer title, which in short says it's about research infrastructure, a European research infrastructure on religious studies, including theology. European Union has started around the year 2000 research infrastructure program. It's the European Strategy Forum on Research Infrastructures, installing infrastructures where single states are too poor to pay, like, say, nuclear accelerators or whatever. Say in natural science, technical science, machines, buildings, and so states are cooperating for these infrastructures. And around, say, 2012, also initiatives came to install a European infrastructures in humanities and social sciences. Infrastructure is a very interesting thing. In the course of dealing with that, I learned this. I myself, I'm also part of infrastructure because I have a chair. The chair is infrastructure, and the house is infrastructure, and the books are infrastructure, everything which we need for doing research. And now in theology and religious studies, we cannot build, say, the one library for Europe, which has everything. So the construction of an infrastructure, European one, has to be different. So it's an infrastructure which is adding something new, extra to existing infrastructures. So it's the aim is to improve the situation of all researchers dealing with issues of religion. And this improves this for all researchers in Europe. So to have improvement to get better research. Now in Europe, if we look on the infrastructure, existing resources in research on religion, we have very unequal conditions. We have places which very good equipment, very good resources, very good libraries, etc. And other places not so good. For example, I have access online to around 1,500 e-journals, theological and journals and in religious studies. Other places in Europe, they have perhaps only to 10, only very limited. It's always a matter of finances and so on. We have many books. Other places, I have not so many books. And so there is one point to improve the situation, to get all, say, to a very good level. And we try to do this more or less in making initiatives to share existing resources and infrastructures with others. So nowadays in our work, this has to be done online mainly, but also we will talk about this also by opening universities for guest researchers in a better, more, say, elaborated way as it is done at the moment. So this is one idea to improve the infrastructure conditions for all researchers on religious issues by sharing existing infrastructure and resources. But it's also the idea to do, say, digital humanities, which is whatever, how would you say, miracle word, the witchcraft word nowadays, digital humanities, to make a transfer or to help researchers in the field of theologies and religious studies to make the transfer into digital research. And digital research has mainly two components. The one is the digitization, say, for example, of books, but also of church buildings or of music, so also cultural products and invisible elements of religions. And on the other hand, it's about research data. So research data are nowadays the goal of the sciences, in all sciences, and maybe then become also in humanities. So research data at the moment are mainly, some people produce them and then they retire and then they are put away. Nobody has success. Everywhere is now initiatives to collect this research data so they can be reused and interpreted again. And so we will prepare, for example, a European structure for dealing with research data, in collecting them and also in then storing them and making them reusable. Only for one. And with digitization, we will develop certain instruments which are, say, helping, for example, doctoral students to start directly, say, to do their research, or every researcher to do it in a digital way, whatever, writing something, doing the research, and so on and so on. So these are a very rough description. The main goal is to, with research, with the infrastructure, you see this here, it's has a lifetime of, so a planned lifetime of 35 years, I think, 35 years. We are at the preparation phase. We are at the beginning. We are a consortium at the moment of 13 places in 10 countries or 11 countries who started this and who have been successful with application to get into this program of the European Union, which is financed at the moment for us with, in this preparation phase by Horizon Europe. And then there come the implementation phase and operation phase, where at the moment we are preparing certain services. And also, as we are trying to have a user-oriented approach to this, we are at the moment trying to find out the needs of users. This is especially done by 2 people who are employed in Münster, talking with experienced researchers to see what the developments will be, say, in this digitalized research in the future. Nobody knows where it goes. So we have to find out, develop something new, which is an extra. Especially important is, I think, the message that this will be a infrastructure, which is improving research situations in most parts of Europe for research on religion.
Thank you, Professor.
My point is, this was not propaganda speech to spread the news. Only days you can, if you're interested to contribute. We have at the moment, as I said, I just own one thing. We are 13 partners at the moment, but we are enlarging because in the end, the national governments are funding this structure, this infrastructure. And so we are interested to have more countries or partners in countries in order to get the invisible money from the ministries of the for science and education. Therefore, we have now actually already more partners than the 13 because we already have accepted at the moment 2 more, but there are in July, in next meeting, we will also add 3 more. And so we are extending. So if there is a place who is interested, you're welcome to talk with me.
Thank you, Peter. Now I will turn to the service that we are currently provide as resilience, which is the so-called transnational access, TNA. What is transnational access? Actually, it is a facility of the European Commission to enable an EU citizen access to a European research infrastructure in a country other than his or her own. This is specifically directed to not Greek people, but especially to foreign people that you are here. So the aims of this TNA program is to foster easy access to sources, resources, enterprise, and services for researchers in religious studies in Europe. It creates a network of TNA hosts, TNA scholars for cooperation and dissemination. Who is this for? Not only TNA scholars, especially in the field of religious studies, but also TNA hosts, archives, libraries, collections, and other religious studies institutions. The benefits for a TNA scholar, this is the important part. Direct free access to sources and resources for your research. Directed free access to local expertise. Efficient practical assistance, something that not always is available or given. Workplace, helping navigate institutions, collections, catalogs of the city. Increase visibility of publications resulting from a research visit through resilience and host communication channels. The next call, you will find this flyer in your file. The next call for TNA scholarships will open on Monday, May 15. All scholars from all academic disciplines in Europe and beyond can apply. How to join a resilience network of TNA hosts? It's easy. To do it by clicking on the website of Resilience. The benefits now for the TNA host, not only for the TNA researcher, but also there are benefits for the TNA host. Visibility, increased recognition and dissemination of your collection, Data and output benefit from the research of TNA scholars visiting your institution. Attract and boost interaction with your physical collection by top-level researchers. Foster peer-reviewed publications specific to your network. And of course, networking, which is also an important aspect in academic world. Join a top-level network of researchers and institutions related to religious studies, with access to services and tools tailored to research within your field of expertise. The current TNA host institutions are more than, let's say, 10, from Bologna, Italy, to Georgia, New Georgia University, Bulgaria, Greece. Volos Academy is part of this consortium. It is already a TNA host institution, and many others, as you can see, University of Nusser, Sarajevo, and many others.
May I add a last word for this before we go to lunch?
Yeah.
Actually, the big success of this application in this infrastructural program of the European Union was that the first time in European politics, university politics, the topic of religion is funded. So there have been individual programs funded by European Union research programs, but not, say, in a systematic way. We had tried to get into the new Horizon Europe description the issue of religion. And in the first draft under the leadership of Romania, it was twice included into society and culture, and a third time in security. It's still there because of terrorism, but not in these areas where we are working. So, but in the end, it was deleted. So, it's the first time in a prominent place where the issue of religion is placed in the agenda of the European Commission's research and so on programs. So, this is I want to say that there is a bit of success behind this initiative.
And if your institution would like to become a TNA host for younger senior researchers, this is the way, this is the first step by contacting us via this email. But also you can join TNA program and the resilience in general by this kind of means. Thank you for your attention. Now it's time for lunch.